But we have to respect the legal process, and that's what we are going to do, and we're going to let that play out. We want to move forward. Mr. Scheffler has made it clear that he wants to be moved forward, and I know that everyone else involved at LMPD wants to move forward. LMPD needs to be focused on reducing the amount of violent crime in our city, reducing the amount of gun violence, protecting and keeping people safe. That is what they do every day. That's what they've done since last Friday when they were working with a detail out at Valhalla and on Shelbyville Road, and that's what they will continue to do. So again, we understand there are a lot of questions. We are going to respect the legal process, and I'm very hopeful that on June 3rd, the next step in the legal process, that all parties are in a position to move forward. Thank you all very much.
Could Detective Gillis have issued a citation?
Okay, that reference to June 30th is when Scotty Scheffler is going to make his first court appearance in this case. It sounds like there could be a deal in the works or something. It was very cryptic. They said they're going to publish these things on their Twitter account. I'm checking, it hasn't refreshed yet, or hasn't come through yet in terms of the investigative findings, and then this video of golfer Scotty Scheffler's arrest. Let's bring in Jack Rice, get his take on this. It sounds like, Jack, there's a Welcome back to Court TV Live. Busy day here. Karen Reed, it's dark today in Massachusetts, so we've been monitoring the Chad Daybell case out in Idaho. They're on an extended break, so what to do? Well, we'll go to California because the TikTok star murder case is continuing, and the defendant in this case, Ali Abulaban, is back on the witness stand for more cross-examination. He was once a rising star, if there is such thing, on TikTok, and now he's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors accuse him of gunning down his estranged wife, Anna, and her friend, Ray Barron. Abulaban's defense doesn't deny that he killed the two. They instead claim that he was experiencing a mental health crisis due to his marriage falling apart. He spent his second day on the stand yesterday walking the jury through the actual shooting incident, telling them that upon seeing Anna with Ray, he just started shooting and could not stop. He went on to say that he felt like he was the passenger in his own body. During the incident, Scripps News San Diego has more on this case.
Him, of all people.
Ali Abulaban says he could not contain his emotions when he barged into his old apartment and saw his wife Anna with Rayburn Barron.
She knew how I felt about him. She knew how I felt. I was trying to believe her. I was trying to believe that she wasn't cheating on me, that she would let me fix this because I was sick.
Abulaban says he was struggling with mental illness and had a cocaine addiction. It's his defense for the shooting. At the time, he and his wife were still married, but they were living separately. Abulaban admitted he'd physically abused Anna before and had recently installed an app on his daughter's iPad to spy on her. That's how he knew someone was at the apartment.
I f***ed up a lot, but I was trying to fix this. And when I saw that it was him, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the betrayal. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me, to our daughter.
Abulaban says between the betrayal, the drugs, and his mental health condition, he lost it.
And then before I could stop myself, I just snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop. I'm just shooting, and I'm even startled.
Prosecutors attempted to prove that Abulaban was planning to kill them, but pointed to the violence in their relationship and the gun he brought with him to the apartment. Abulaban, though, says it happened fast and it wasn't planned.
And I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it, and I hear Anna screaming and crying. And I don't even remember shooting Anna. I just remember running back to the front door, and I grabbed the door handle, and then it hit me. I'm like, did that just happen?
Spencer Soisher, ABC 10 News.
It happened indeed, and now he is back on the witness stand. They have reconvened out in San Diego, so let's head back. Still cross-examination. Let's watch it.
To reach out to. I was completely cut off from all my friends in San Diego. My own family cut me off. And the only person I had to rely on for information about my relationship was Anna, and I didn't have access to her. She wasn't communicating with me efficiently. Now, another thing is I would reach out to these guys who'd say that they at some point have experienced something similar. So that's why I would say things. I think in that audio I said, see, that's what pisses me off. I feel like we can't fight for our relationships. That's how I felt like. I felt like I was being pushed out of my own relationship.
And you felt that you would go to jail if you ever saw Anna with another man. That's
Look,
what you said, correct?
I said that, but what does that mean? I mean, it doesn't say anything about me wanting to end someone's life. It just says I'd go to jail. Maybe I'd go crazy and punch somebody. I mean, this is something my dad used to say a lot. And
But
I
you
just
didn't punch Ray. You shot him, correct?
I didn't even know Ray was involved until I walked in.
All right. Multiple times, Anna told you she wanted a restraining order against you, correct?
It was an empty threat.
Okay. On multiple dates in September and October of 2021, Anna told you she wanted a restraining order against you.
She also told me she actually got one.
She told you she wanted one, correct?
She told me she actually got one.
She wanted a restraining order because you were abusive to her, correct?
No, because I've had instances where I was physical with her.
And you convinced her time and time again not to get one, right?
I may have only convinced her once or twice, but
Oh,
There was
only
a-
once or twice?
But there was a point in time where she told me she specifically got the TRO, and I looked up how TROs work, and I was never served paperwork.
My question to you is you wanting to convince her not to get one, not whether she got one, you convincing her not to get one.
I don't know whether or not I convinced her, but I certainly told her that there would be consequences on our life, like as far as my job, my clearance. I was the only provider financially.
And she had every right to get a restraining order against you, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not want her to.
Of course I wouldn't want her on.
And you told her multiple times in text messages not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I probably advised or asked her not to get one.
And you also told her multiple times, either over the phone or in person, not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I can't recall that.
You told your friend Sammy to convince Anna not to get a restraining order against you, right?
So I asked my friend Sammy to kind of intervene in between us, kind of be the middleman. Again, it was very hard for me to communicate with Anna. So I was reaching out to anyone I could think of who could help me in this situation.
You told your friend Sammy, and you asked for his help to convince Anna not to get a restraining order in October, correct?
Correct.
And you also asked your parents to talk to Anna about not getting a restraining order.
No, I think they just mentioned that on their own.
Then they both separately told Anna on their own not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I don't know what they told me. I was not present for these conversations.
Well, you know that they both said that, right?
I don't know that.
You heard your mom testify about that?
I heard her, that was the first time I heard her say that, because I don't know these conversations.
You told Anna that it would affect your security clearance if she got a restraining order against you,
Which is true.
correct? And you did not want your clearance affected, right?
That wasn't the only reason, but that was one of the reasons, yes.
You told her not to get a restraining order because it would affect Amira,
It
correct?
would.
And your ability to see her, correct?
Correct.
And you told her not to get a restraining order because it would be a long and exhausting legal road, correct?
I don't know what the process is of getting a TRO is.
But you said that to her, correct?
Perhaps I did.
And you didn't want a restraining order against you because then you would have to give up your gun, right?
No, that's not, I never even mentioned my gun.
You know that when you have a restraining order against you, you cannot own a firearm, correct?
I did not know that, and that was not even my concern at the time.
Right, yesterday you testified about your friend Chris Faison visiting you, right?
Correct.
At your apartment? He stayed with you at the apartment?
Yes.
Right? He stayed for a couple days,
I think like a week.
right? And you said that when Chris visited you, you looked up those escorts for fun, right?
We were considering it.
Okay. And so you were considering getting an escort for yourself?
At first, it was me helping him to get one, but then I played with the idea.
Okay. So that was okay for you to do, get an escort, but Anna couldn't do the same, right?
Well, you're so convinced that we were separated, are you not?
You cannot ask me a question,
What's wrong about that? Anna wasn't with me, right?
right? So, but it's perfectly okay for you to sleep with another woman, but Anna could not do the same with another man, right?
I have not slept with another woman. I massaged another woman.
I'm talking about the escorts. It was okay for you to
We
get
never
an escort.
hired anyone.
You have to wait till I finish my question.
Okay.
please. It was okay for you to go out and get an escort and have sex, but Anna could not do the same with another man, correct?
Neither of those things happened.
And you told us that Chris was concerned about messages from the cartel.
No, it was a spam, or it was a scam text that he received. One of the numbers on that escort website, I forget what it was called, triggered a scam. It also happened to me too.
Okay, and so this happened while he was with you at your apartment? You got this scam text?
They contacted him while he was with me, but they contacted me after he had left.
Okay.
They sent the same photos.
And Chris Faison visited you in San Diego on October 1st of 2021, correct?
I believe, yes.
Okay. But you started searching for escorts on September 6th of 2021, right?
Have I?
Take a look at People's 176, page 57. These are the web searches from your cell phone. There's a page in front of you as well, page 57. you started searching for escorts on September 6, 2021, correct?
Try to remember what I was doing at that time.
It's not about remembering, it's about looking at the exhibit. These are the web searches from your cell phone. You were searching for escorts on September 6th of 2021,
I don't recall doing that.
correct?
It's there, but I don't recall doing that.
And Chris Faison was not visiting you then, right?
No.
And then turning to People's 176, page 58, this is another list of searches for escorts on your cell phone, correct?
Sure.
And this is from September 14th of 2021,
Okay.
right? And this is the middle of the night. This is minus 7 hours, so about 3:30 in the morning. Over and over again, you're searching for escorts, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah, sure. I was alone.
And People's 176, page 12, this is another list of you searching for escorts on October 2nd of 2021, correct?
That would probably be the night when Chris was there.
Okay. And then looking at People's 176, page 59, this is another list of you searching for escorts on October 11th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So there were at least 4 different dates that you in your phone searched for escorts while you claim to be in love with and married to Anna, correct?
That's not even relevant. My love for Anna doesn't change the fact that I was lonely. I was very lonely. She was not in the house. She was gone. She was confusing me about the status of our relationship. I have needs, but I looked them up, but I never hired one. There's no evidence that I hired one ever.
And then you talked to your friend Gene about getting a prostitute, right?
No, he told me about some massage parlor apparently in San Diego that they go the extra mile if you pay them extra. And
Again,
he's the one who told me about
This
that.
is all okay for you to do.
You have to
but
understand,
not for Anna.
I was confused about where the hell I was in my relationship. There's nothing wrong with searching this stuff up. I mean, I was lonely. I was freaking out. And you got to keep in mind, I'm thinking Anna's out with men. The whole time, I'm thinking she's sleeping around and just not telling me about it. So I was just trying to cope. I'm just trying to I was confused. And these months, all these months, was like the most confusing time of my life. I was on drugs 24/7. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm confused. One minute I'm angry. One minute I'm crying. One minute I love you, Anna, and one minute I hate you, Anna. But it's not, none of that is consistent. I was not in the right frame of mind during this time period.
So again, you're blaming Anna and your cocaine use on you searching for escorts, right?
No, I'm blaming.
Fascinating individual on the witness stand, the defendant, accused of double murder, trying to convince the jury that this was just a tough time in my life. Let's get a break here. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more. They're still on an extended break out in Idaho for the Daybell case. So we'll continue to watch Mr. Abulaban on the witness stand. Cross-examination continues right after this. Welcome back. We're watching the TikTok murder trial, the TikTok star murder trial for Ali Abulaban. He is being cross-examined out in California. He's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, accused of gunning down his estranged wife, Anna, and her friend, Ray Barron. Abulaban's defense is that he was experiencing a mental health crisis. We're going to head back, pick up more of the cross-examination, but first let's check in with Jack Rice. Jack, I don't I don't know. It's just, he's just talking and talking and talking. It's hard not to listen to him, but I doubt, I can't see a jury thinking, oh, great explanation. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your take on this odd thing that we are witnessing?
Yeah, it's pretty compelling to watch, but how do I say this nicely? I think it comes across like a punk. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but that's how I'm seeing it. And if we think about what the charges are, he's charged with first-degree murder. And really what he's arguing is he snapped. Sometimes we call that voluntary manslaughter, but they're saying, oh, no, this was planned, this was intentional. Here's the problem that the defense faces, that Abulaban faces, is that he was listening to software on his kid's device in the house, so he could hear that she wasn't just there, she also had a man with her, and they were laughing. So he made a decision, and that decision was to go to that old apartment. He didn't just go to that old apartment, he went to that old apartment with a gun. And so when you have that ability and you make those calls, this is about premeditation. Remember, premeditation isn't something you have to plan out in advance over weeks and months and years. It's something that can be determined in a matter of a second or two. The fact that you can go back step by step and show what he did to get from one place to the other really establishes that first-degree murder premeditation charge that the state is trying to convince this jury of in San Diego.
Yeah, he is a weird, you see this is the video of him, every court appearance, every interview, he's just so theatrical, and he's like a Daryl Brooksy in terms of annoying, but he's a little more coherent. Let's go back in and pick up Ali Crowns. Yeah. Ali Abulaban on more cross-examination from the state of California.
Relationship, the whole thing was confusing. There was never a point where the only thing I wanted to do with Anna was communicate as to what she wanted to do, or where do we stand? Do you want to be separated? Do you need space? I'll give you space. But does that mean you see other people? She would never answer those questions. She would leave me hanging for days on end, night after night.
Objection, narrative.
Answer will stand. Next question.
Okay, let's talk about some of your other web searches. People's 176, page 13. You did multiple searches for audio monitoring and how to plant a listening device, correct?
I did actually.
Okay. And you looked at many different websites with different audio monitors, correct?
Yep, and I looked for websites that I could purchase devices, but I found nothing.
Right. And you read about how to use a cell phone as a listening device, correct?
Correct.
Right? You read about how to put a bug in a cell phone, correct?
I don't know if the word bug was the word used, but I was looking for a way to monitor somebody else's cell phone, yes.
You looked at different stores like B&H to purchase audio surveillance, right?
I'm not exactly sure the websites I went to, but I was looking for, I was just trying to see what's available, how they work, but anything that I even remotely came across had this weird complication via the other phone has to download this feature first, or you have to be within 50 feet of. I was trying to find out the truth about what Anna was up to and what was our relationship. So yes, I was looking these things up, but ultimately I didn't find anything that seemed to work, so I dropped the idea.
You looked it up for hours and hours upon hours, correct?
I can't confirm that.
You read an article about husband turned into stalker and planted spy devices in ex-wife's bedroom, correct?
So that article, I did not look it up specifically, but it was a related search result when I was looking for these devices.
You clicked on that
I clicked on it. Why?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I clicked on it, yes. Why? Because I just wanted to see what did he use? What method did he? Because I couldn't find a way to do it. So I was just curious to see how he did it.
You wanted to spy on your wife, correct?
I wanted to discover, is she seeing somebody?
And you made sure to make a plan to catch Anna with another man, correct?
No, I was not successful in conducting any kind of plan. I had searched into it to see if there's anything I could use. Ultimately, I was unsuccessful.
Well, you
It
did
was
find
n-
a plan.
it
It was
wa-
Discord,
It
correct?
was not until the day of, in that moment, through all that chaos when I'm trashing the apartment and I see she's lying, that I just had that idea. Because if I had that idea beforehand, I would not have searched for these things. It just came.
Okay. October 17th of 2021, this is People's 176, page 15. You searched for chopped bodies, correct?
I did.
And you searched for decapitated heads, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the searches that you were doing were at 10:30 p.m. after that dinner you had with Anna, correct?
Do you see where it says decapitated head cartel?
I asked you a question. You did these searches right after that dinner you had with Anna where you punched her in the eye, correct?
I may have, but it's not related to the dinner. This is just me back when I'm at my home, coked out of my mind, reviewing things that I've been thinking throughout the whole month, like what happened with Chris, the text messages I'm getting. So I just happened to think about it. Like, let me see if I can find those damn pictures.
Okay, so it's an hour and a half after you hurt Anna, you were searching chopped bodies?
I don't
And that
know
was
the ti-
related to something that happened weeks prior?
I don't know the time frame, but those text messages that I got, the same scam, happened to me very recently.
You told us that Chris Chris showed you that scam text when he was visiting at the beginning of October, correct?
It happened in front of me.
Okay. But weeks later, you're searching for chopped bodies and decapitated heads,
Because
right?
that's when it happened to me. I wanted to see if these are fake. It was pretty scary how they listed the 10 most closest members of my family. So I had an idea it was a scam, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, maybe I should not take this lightly.
You were mad at Anna after that dinner because she told you over and over again that she did not want to be married to you, correct? You were mad at Anna. Answer the question, please.
I was mad at Anna because she did not want to communicate with me, which was the intention of that dinner. I was hoping to communicate, and she had just, not she, I'll take responsibility. It did not go well. And I tried to talk to her in the car, and she kept telling me to get out, get out, get out, and she threatened to call the cops. That's why I got mad. It wasn't about her saying she doesn't want to be married to me.
You realized that she was not coming back to you, right?
I did not realize that. I just realized she's just being difficult. That's how I took it.
That night, October 17th, you were violent and angry with her, correct?
I became violent at the last
Right.
second, yes.
And then right after that dinner, you looked up chopped bodies, right?
Again, it's not related. Can I ask, why? What do I get from searching chopped bodies, seeing pictures of chopped bodies? What is that going to do? Teach me how to chop a body?
You're not allowed to ask me questions.
I'm just trying to figure out your mindset, where you're going with this. It's weird, yes, that I would search that up.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm going to sustain that. All right, remember?
Question.
Answer questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
You looked at multiple different websites on chopped bodies and decapitated heads, correct?
No, I never left Google search results.
You looked at many, many Google images of chopped bodies, correct?
That sounds more like it. I never left Google.
You looked at many, many images of decapitated heads, correct?
Yes, I was looking for specific images that I was getting spam texted.
On October 18th of 2021, you were conducting research on your phone, looking at the profiles of other women, correct?
Okay.
Yes, you were doing that, correct?
Yes.
And on October 18th, you were also researching teen porn videos, correct?
What? What did you just say?
That's what you were researching, correct?
Say it again?
Teen porn videos.
You're out your mind.
On October 19th, you were researching Sean Torres, correct?
Said, I've never seen that in the Discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years. You never showed that to my team. Where did you get that?
It's in your phone.
Do it, show it.
You researched Sean Torres on October 19th.
Show me what you just said. You were not going to breeze over that.
Mr.
You're not going to paint
Abulaban,
me as something I'm not.
you researched Sean Torres on October 19th, 2021, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
On October 20th of 2021, you were looking up Scarface and Breaking Bad, correct?
My favorite movie, my favorite TV show.
Those are shows that involve a lot of shooting and killing, correct?
Sure.
All right, and you told us yesterday that you were searching trash cans to put a trash can on Anna's profile picture on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you did that when you were in the apartment and you were mad that she wasn't home, right?
I was mad that she lied to me.
Right, so what you said was you were researching, or you were looking up those trash cans while you...
Oh, man, he is a piece of work. Ali Abulaban. Let's get a commercial break here and see what he says next. Oof, he's totally Daryl Brooks, right? He's taking over the courtroom, or trying to, but I'm sure the jury is just, let's get a break. We'll get more after this.
Did a treadmill lead to tragedy?
A father stands trial for the murder of his son after alleged abuse claims,
including forcing him to run on an exercise machine.
The treadmill abuse murder trial, today on Court TV.
Com.
Let's head back to California now. We've been riveted and disgusted by the testimony in the TikTok star murder trial. Defendant Ali Abulaban charged with gunning down his estranged wife and her friend in their San Diego high-rise apartment back in 2021. He's on the witness stand. He's got an answer for everything. And it's something to behold. Let's go back into the courtroom and pick up the cross-examination of the defendant on the stand.
And then you assigned that trash can photo to her profile while you were still in the apartment?
Yes, it might have been some point that day, but I don't remember if it's exactly in that moment.
Okay, and looking at People's 176, page 20, these were the searches that you did for trash cans, correct?
I don't remember what the results were, but I'm sure that that's what would pop up if you search trash can.
But this is one of the websites that came up that is on your phone as to the trash cans you searched, correct?
This is Google, and those are results from Google. These are not, and these are images populated by Google. You keep saying I search websites. I never left Google.
Okay. But Google's a website, right?
Yes.
So, but you were searching on Google for different images of trash cans, correct?
Yes.
And none of these trash cans have any trash in them, right? They're all empty, right?
Okay.
Yes? Is that correct?
I can't confirm that those were the exact results when I searched it. This looks like somebody else who may have searched it and took a screenshot.
So someone else searched for trash cans on your cell phone?
You're saying this screenshot was on my cell phone?
This is a screenshot from your cell phone, from a website that you looked at.
Google?
Yes.
Okay, well those are empty trash cans.
Correct. And this is what you were searching on October 21st of
Trash cans.
2021, correct?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, looking at People's 176, page 60, these are some more searches that you did on your cell phone on October 21st, 2021 for trash cans, correct?
I searched for trash cans, but I don't know. It says last visited. I don't know what it means by that. I don't know what it's in reference to. But if you're trying to imply that I searched for trash cans at 3:50 after the shooting, you're out of your mind.
Okay.
Because after the shooting, I was on the road the whole
Right.
time.
But you understand that that's UTC time, so those times are 7 hours later than the actual time you searched, correct?
See, that's very manipulative because I did not know that that's UTC, and I'm sure people in here didn't, because that says I looked at it at, what, 3:50. So
Mr.
had I not said anything just now, you probably wouldn't have pointed that out. You probably would have made it seem like I did that immediately after the shooting. I would not have done that.
Mr. Abulaban, I'm asking you about these searches that are on your cell phone.
I did look for trash cans, but it was not at 3:50 p.m.
I'm not
PST.
saying it was.
Well,
but
I'm sure
these
you
are-
would have if I had not said anything.
These are searches from your cell phone, correct? You did all of these searches, looked at all of these different websites, correct?
Again, these are not different websites. I was on Google. I did one search of trash cans, and these are various different images who have their own individual links.
Correct.
But I did not click on any of them.
But you looked at different Google's image sites for trash cans, correct?
Right, so like when you click on a picture on Google, it'll pop up bigger, and then you can just you can keep swiping. They each have their own individual URL link, but that doesn't mean I went on the actual website. So that's what that is.
Okay, and you did these searches, the very first search for the trash can was starting at 8:50 a.m., correct?
That sounds about right.
So when your phone pulls up UTC, the actual time is 7 hours earlier for Pacific time. You know that, correct?
I learned that during this trial.
Right. And in fact, the defense had your own exhibit with the trash cans also showing the time of 8:50 that you searched for trash cans, correct?
Which would be around the time that I went to go visit Anna.
You were not in the apartment at 8:50 a.m., correct?
Okay. I said at some point that day, I got mad at Anna and looked up trash cans.
That's not what you said.
I
You
did.
said you did the searches of trash cans while you were in the apartment, but you started searching for trash cans at 8:50 a.m. on October 21st, correct?
Perhaps I did.
Okay.
But I was mad about the roses.
Now, you didn't know about the roses yet at 8:50.
The roses delivered around, what, 8:09? Or what?
Mr. Abulaban, do not look at your attorney for advice.
Okay, but we
Answer
have
the questions.
We have a receipt of the delivery, and I think that it was before 8:50 it
You
landed.
did not know that the flowers were smushed by a makeup bag until you were inside the apartment.
That's right.
Well after 9 a.m., correct?
That's correct. But I did know that Anna did not acknowledge my flowers, and I was very upset about that.
You were looking up trash cans well before you even entered the apartment on October 21st, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking up trash cans because you wanted to hide some bodies, correct?
I'm sorry. You're out of your mind.
You are not being honest about the fact that you first started searching for trash cans when you were inside the apartment.
Excuse me. Did I not change her profile photo and her contact name to trash?
You are not
That is
being
why I looked.
truthful about first starting to search for trash cans.
It's not that I wasn't being truthful. It's just that there's certain details that I don't remember exactly. That was a very traumatic day for me. That the whole month was confusing to me. I made it clear that there are moments of that day that I don't exactly remember. I was trying to explain to the best of my memory. I'm not here to lie. I'm not here to twist anything. I have nothing to hide. And I have not hidden anything since the day of.
Since the day of?
I mean, I have been completely honest at the right times, like as soon as I needed to the right people.
You've admitted
the only time I wasn't honest was in that 911 phone call because I wasn't ready to say it was me yet. I wanted to go get my
The only time you
daughter.
weren't honest during this whole case was on the 911 call?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
You can answer.
I have been telling the truth.
You admitted multiple times during my questions of you that you have lied, correct?
No, I didn't. Oh, well, I've lied to Anna. I've never lied on the stand.
Poor Anna. Sure, she gets lost in the shuffle on a case like this. Let's get a break, get you back for more of this craziness right after this. The defendant in the TikTok star murder trial is on the stand. Ali Abulaban is being cross-examined. He's charged with the murder of his estranged wife, Anna, and her friend Ray Barron. And we've been watching this play out today at a San Diego courtroom. He's claiming that he was in a mental health crisis, and that is why he shot the two while they were in the apartment they shared before they were estranged. The cross-examination is something to behold. If you're just joining us, today Karen Reed case is dark. There's no trial there. Daybell is inching along, but we're focusing on this because this is something unique. Defendant takes a stand. That's unique. A guy like this takes the stand, and it's hard not to watch, but it's disgusting, and the amount of narcissism is just seething through your television screen. So let's get back in and watch as the prosecutor continues to question Ali Abulaban.
The morning of October 21st, you left an apology video. You sent an apology video to Anna, right?
What time did I do that?
On October 21st.
Yes, in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Yeah, we saw that video, correct?
Yes.
And that was you, again, apologizing for treating her horribly, correct?
Which is, I think, is a nice gesture.
Which you had to do many times during your marriage.
Yes.
You were violent and rude to her, and then you had to apologize, correct?
Yes.
And you told Anna you loved her in that video, and she never said it back, correct?
I even mentioned in the video, you don't have to respond to this. I just want you to know.
She never said I love you back that day, correct?
She didn't, but she said thank you for the video, or it was sweet, something along those lines.
She didn't say I love you to you, correct?
Why would she need to? I told her she didn't need to in the video.
In the video, you told her that you were glad about her friends, right? You were glad she had friends?
I was happy that she has good supporting friends, yes.
But you hated her friends, right?
I just told you yesterday, I actually really liked them. It's just there were certain aspects of their life that was bleeding into my marriage.
You ultimately started hating all of her friends, correct?
Hate, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody, but sometimes I just, my priority is my family, my wife, my daughter. But what happens is when we jumped into this San Diego lifestyle, I felt like we forced ourselves into Anna was flourishing, and that's great. But at the same time, I was losing Anna, and she was telling me to just focus on the guys, be like the guys. I was having a hard time fitting in. But ultimately, I never stopped her from hanging out with them. I had these people at my house all the time. I took care of them. I welcomed them with love. It wasn't until the promiscuousness, it wasn't until their life was bleeding into my marriage and they started changing Anna. I saw threats to my marriage. I thought threats to what we had built together. She was distracted by this lifestyle.
You left Anna multiple audio messages talking about her friends and berating them, correct?
Say it again?
Berating them, correct?
Yeah, I've said mean things about them, yes.
Yes, about Julia, Claire, Diana, right?
Sure.
You told us that Anna thanked you for the groceries, but not the flowers, right?
Correct.
And you felt disrespected by that, right?
I was hurt, not disrespected. I was just hurt because I was really banking that she would say something. I was trying to make an impression on her.
Okay, just to summarize from yesterday, your testimony regarding when you went to the apartment, you said you went up to the apartment in the morning and you entered, and then you saw the flowers crushed by the makeup bag, right?
Yes.
And then that's when you started rummaging through the office and the apartment, right?
Yeah, I was looking at some of her stuff, yes.
And then you said you made that phone call to Anna, right? Where you were mad that she wasn't home?
Okay, so I don't remember the exact order of events. That day is very hazy to me, okay? So I don't know if you're trying to catch me on something I said incorrectly, but what I'm saying is I know it happened, but it may have been out of order.
You said that you made that phone call to Anna and then you paused your audio recording, right?
I remember saying that, but I'm not exactly sure if that's how it went.
That's what you testified to, under oath, right?
I'm trying to remember, yes. I'm trying to remember these things.
So you made that phone call to Anna, And you were accusing her of cheating and knowing she's not home and things like that, right?
Yes, I did.
Right, because you were in the apartment and you knew she wasn't home, right?
Yeah, what set me off was she said she was home. When I asked her where she was, she said she was home, but I was in the home.
And then you said that you went back and that's when you threw away her clothes, right?
And when she had lied to me like that, I had accused her of cheating. She said, "You're so stupid, I'm gonna block you."
Right, but after that
when she
phone
blocked
call-
me, the conversation was over. I went in a fit. I was going crazy. I was screaming. I was throwing the groceries around. I grabbed her possessions, and I feel really bad about it, but that's what I did in the moment.
Okay, so you went back in the apartment and that's when you trashed the pumpkin and the flowers and things like that, right?
I never left the apartment. I was going in and out from the trash chute to the apartment. So
Okay, so, but you were trashing the apartment with the pumpkin and the flowers and then going to throw out the clothes, right?
I mean, I just grabbed random stuff. but-
Right, and then, so you were going back and forth doing those things?
Yeah, I was going back and forth from the trash chute to my apartment.
Okay. And then you said that's when you thought about setting up the iPad, right?
No, I was thinking, because I had suddenly got hit with a really intense exhaustion. I almost felt like I was going to faint. I knew I couldn't just be there. I had to go back and sleep. I had not slept since the day before. You remember the video on 5 a.m.? The point I'm trying to make is I didn't want to lose this opportunity to find out the truth because I was planning to move to LA. And I just didn't want to go there. See, let me just tell you how I felt because I felt like
Mr.
when
Abulaban,
I just want to explain
objection,
something.
non-responsive.
I'm just trying to say that there's my actions. I'm not justifying my actions, but there's reasons why I was being like that. My fear is she's not being honest with me as to where we are with this relationship. She tells me she'll never cheat on me. She'll never make the same mistake as I did. I acknowledge my mistake. I knew, I told my friend that I was going to move in with him temporarily because I needed to remove myself from that toxic environment. And I understand that I was a lot of the cause of the toxicity. But I was trying to help and diffuse the situation. But I also was scared that by going to LA, it would give Anna the impression that, okay, whew, he's done. I can just go see whoever I want. You know, like I was scared. I'm just scared and I'm angry.
My question, though, was that you set up the iPad after throwing out the items.
So yeah, so as I'm like getting tired, I saw my daughter's iPad on the table and I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, what? I can't just stay here. I don't know if she's gonna come back and I don't know if she's gonna come back with the guy. So it was the dumbest idea that I ever had and I wish I never had it, but yes, in that moment, I thought about just making a call.
Okay, so you activated the Discord application on the iPad and then you hid that iPad behind the bed.
Yes, because I wanted to catch her having sex.
Okay, and then, so you had to move the bed out to put the iPad there, right?
No, there's a window. There's plenty of space. I could just...
Okay, so you went on top of the bed and then you put the iPad in that little compartment behind the bed?
No, I can just reach my arm.
Okay. But you had to plug the iPad into the wall.
Yeah, so the battery would die all the time. Yes, I had to keep it charged.
So were you able to lean over the bed into that small opening to plug the charger into the wall?
There's a little white dresser. I moved that out a little bit, but I never moved the bed.
All right, so you set up the Discord, you plugged the iPad in, and then you said you left the apartment right after that, right?
Moments later, yes.
Okay. That is not true, correct?
How so?
Because you activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
What do you mean by activated?
You activated the Discord application at 9:17 a.m., correct?
On my phone? So
On the iPad.
On the iPad it was activated, meaning like it joined the voice channel?
Yes, you saw the exhibits presented in court that the Discord application was activated on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
Okay, and when was I trashing the apartment?
Much later than that.
I'm not sure this is adding up.
Okay, but my question was, you saw the exhibits that you activated the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
Activated the iPad or activated the voice call on Discord?
Activated the Discord.
So meaning I logged into the Discord and put it in the voice chat channel?
You activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
That was around the time I was in the apartment, right?
Okay. You only arrived at the apartment around 9:14 a.m., correct? This is People's 45.
When did I activate it again?
Mr. Abulaban, you cannot ask me questions.
I'm just trying to
You have
follow.
to answer mine. You only went to the apartment per the surveillance video on October 21st, 2021, around 9:14 a.m., correct?
If that's what it says, yeah.
Okay. And so you had to walk to the apartment, and then you said you knocked on the door, right?
Yeah,
Because you thought Anna would be home?
yeah.
But you know what? Anna takes Amira to school in the morning, right? At that time?
Right, but I also got the notification she got the groceries.
You know that Anna takes Amira to school in this time frame.
That's correct, but I knew she would have been back by now.
You knew Anna would not be home
No, I
in the
didn't.
apartment.
No, I didn't.
So at 9:14...
She thanked me for the groceries. How would she have known about the groceries if she wasn't home? How did the groceries get on the counter? She was home.
At 9:14 a.m., you started your walk to the apartment, correct?
Whenever I exited the elevator.
Okay? But that was 9:14 a.m., correct?
I guess so.
And then you walked to the apartment, and then you said you waited outside because you knocked to see if Anna would answer the door, correct?
I was texting her and then to see if she would open the door, and then I opened it.
Okay? So you were outside for, what, a minute or two waiting for her?
Probably less than, yeah, maybe.
Okay. And then you entered the apartment, and then the first thing you did was to go and activate the Discord application on the iPad, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, if you only went into the apartment at 9:15, about 9:15, 9:16 a.m., then when you entered the apartment, one of the first things you did was activate the Discord application, correct?
My memory was I was observing the apartment, and then I reached out to Anna to see where she was.
Time-wise, the first thing you did in that apartment was activate the Discord application.
Perhaps I did, but in my memory, I called Anna first.
So your plan when you entered, just like you did your research, was to go set up that application to spy on your wife, correct?
No, because I thought she was going to be home. I only went to the apartment to go talk to her.
And you hid the iPad behind the bed so that Anna would not know that you were listening to her in the apartment, correct?
At the time when I decided to, yeah, that's where I put it because I was trying to catch her cheating.
You had looked up ways to spy on her, and then you carried out your goal that morning on October 21st, correct?
I was not even thinking about those search results when I entered that apartment. I only went there to go visit my wife. So even if I got the time wrong about when I activated it, I still got the idea at that moment.
It's not about getting the time wrong. It's about you telling us that you did not activate that Discord application until you left the apartment. And that was
How would I have done that out of the apartment? I said I was in the apartment when I did that.
Yes, but you said that was the last thing you did. So that would have been around 9:45 a.m. when you left the floor and went onto the elevator, correct?
Okay, well, that sounds like a reasonable amount of time to have a phone call and to trash an apartment and then activate it. I don't understand where you're going with this.
What you did was you first went into the apartment, you activated the Discord application, you trashed the apartment, and then you left and had that phone call with Anna in the hallway at 9:45 a.m., correct?
That's not correct.
Well, you told us that you paused your audio recording to have that phone call with Anna, right?
That was I don't know if, I don't remember that. I mean, I remember saying that, but I don't remember if that's exactly how it happened.
That's how you testified, right?
Yeah, I know I said that yesterday, yes.
So the recording that your attorney played yesterday, that it was about a 12-minute recording of you inside the apartment and trashing it, that recording you started at 9:19 a.m., correct?
I don't remember when I started it.
Would it refresh your memory to see this page? All right, take a look at this page. This is from Detective Escalante's report.
Okay, well, where am I?
Towards the bottom, there's a paragraph,
Here?
correct? It says audio file. It says October 21st, 2021, 9:19 a.m., correct?
This one here?
This paragraph right here.
Okay. So it's 12.
Just review it to yourself and let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
Okay, while he resists, let's get a break in, and we'll get you back into the courtroom for more of this cross-examination. Could you imagine sharing a jail cell with this guy? Oh, we'll get more of the cross right after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in-depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, where is Sebastian Rogers? The Tennessee teen has been missing since February, and now the boy's father is asking the FBI to take over the investigation. We'll bring you the latest as the search continues.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. If you're just joining us, we've been watching this case out of California. The Karen Reed case is, they're dark today in Massachusetts. Chad Daybell continues. You can stream that at courttv.com. We're watching this unique case, the TikTok star murder trial out of San Diego. The defendant, Ali Abulaban, is on the witness stand for day 3. This is cross-examination. He's on trial for the murders of his estranged wife, Anna, and her friend, a guy by the name of Ray Barron. Prosecution is not holding back with their questioning, and Abulaban is not holding back on his answers. It's a little crazy, to say the least. We're going to go back into court, but I just want to bring in Marie Pereira quickly here. Your thoughts here, what we're witnessing, he's got a lot of Darrell Brooks narcissism going on, almost like a Jodi Arias, where it's like a constant attempt to gaslight the jury. And I'm sure that's what he did to poor Anna. Your takeaway?
This is absolutely a classic case of domestic abuse on level 10. He tried to isolate her from her friends. He used finances to control her. Don't report me. Don't get an order of protection because I'll lose my clearance. I'm the primary income earner. So all of that he used. But you know what aggravates me, Ted? You know who's really holding back? Nobody is holding back as far as the prosecutor or the defendant. The judge is holding back, gaining control of that courtroom. How is he telling her, the prosecutor, you must be out of your mind? How is the judge allowing him to disrespect the prosecutor, be unresponsive, ask questions? This is getting on my nerves. That judge needs to take control of that courtroom. I know he's like wanting to hear the story. It's riveting. It's like a train wreck, but this is a courtroom. He needs to control that witness on the stand.
Yeah,
the judge needs to do it.
Yeah, we need Judge Duro to help with navigating this guy.
Yes.
Let's go back in. It is riveting. It's hard to watch. It's aggravating to watch. You don't want to watch it, but you can't stop. So let's continue.
But it says, so it seems like he doesn't even know what time.
You have to read this to yourself, and then I will ask you questions. Motion to strike.
Stricken.
So it says that I
Sir,
recorded the audio.
Sir, remember question answer. So wait for the
Just-
I thought
just
you asked
read
me a
the
question.
paragraph, and then just let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
It says I recorded the audio as soon as I walked in.
Is your memory refreshed from reading this paragraph?
Ollie's her texting Anna.
Okay, just please don't read it out loud.
Ollie then cameras. Okay, I read it.
Okay, your memory's been refreshed about the timing?
Yeah, it says at 0919 that I went in and I started the audio recording where it says Anna has an STD,
I'm
and then I
just-
called her and started
Objection,
accusing her of cheating.
non-responsive.
I'm going to sustain that. Answer stricken. Next question.
But you said I immediately activated the iPad. That is not what happened, and he says that too.
My question for you was your memory refreshed looking at this page of this report?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it doesn't follow with what you're doing.
And you activated your audio recording on your cell phone on October 21st, 2021 at 9:19 a.m., correct?
When I entered, yes.
Right. That was after you entered,
Yes.
because you had already set up the Discord app. You had already activated the Discord application at 9:17, correct?
No, I started the recording because I saw that the groceries weren't even, she wasn't there.
I'm asking you about the time frame. You activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., and then you only started your audio recording at 9:19, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
Right, that's what it says here in the report.
That's what it says, but
All right, and so you had already set up the plan to spy on your wife before you even started this recording, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
And
That's not how I remember it.
you were, on the recording, you were making comments about Anna having an STD and AIDS and things like that, right?
I found a piece of paper in her luggage, yes.
That piece of paper didn't have anybody's name on it, correct?
It had a clinic in San Diego.
It did not have Anna's name on it, correct?
It was for her.
It did not have Anna's name on the paperwork, correct?
I can't recall if her name was on it, but it was in her luggage.
Did you put that paper there?
I found that paper.
All right, and on that audio recording that you made on your phone, you said you did that because you thought there'd be a problem with Anna, but she wasn't there, right?
I activated before I entered the apartment.
You did not actually, correct?
Objection on her argumentative.
That's sustained.
All right, on that recording, for 12 minutes, you were trashing the apartment, correct?
Say it again.
On that recording's 12 minutes long on your phone. The majority of that recording was you trashing your apartment, correct?
Sure, yes.
Right, and yelling that Anna was cheating on you and things like that. Correct?
Yes, I want to say something, but I know you're not going to let me.
Right, and then after you trashed the apartment and then you threw out her clothes in the trash chute, you left the apartment and walked to the elevator, correct?
Yeah, when I was done for the day, or when I left, yeah.
And you saw that on the surveillance video, correct? You left the apartment and you walked towards the elevator, right?
Yeah, I was leaving.
And then we heard that phone call that you had with Anna where you were accusing her of cheating and she's not single and things like that, right?
I thought I had that in the apartment.
Well, you saw that surveillance video, correct? And you heard your voice and Anna's on that phone call?
Are you talking about the Nest camera?
I'm talking about that surveillance video you saw in court.
That doesn't show me in the hallway. That just picked up my voice from my apartment.
It didn't show you in the hallway, leaving the apartment and walking to the elevator?
I don't remember the exact events, but
All right. And you had the phone call with Anna at around 9:45 a.m., correct?
in the hallway?
Yes.
Maybe I did. I don't remember.
And that was before you left the building, correct?
I was waiting for the elevator, I guess. On my way out.
You did not have that conversation with her in the apartment. You had it in the hallway. That was picked up on video, correct?
Well, then why would I be screaming she's cheating on me while I'm ransacking the apartment? What
Mr.
gave me that
Abulaban,
indication?
You cannot ask me a question. I'm asking you about what you saw and the time of the phone call. You had that phone call with Anna at 9:45 in the hallway, not in the apartment, correct?
No, it was in the apartment. I remember it being in the apartment. I was on the phone and I was texting her at the same time.
And People's 102, this is...
Yeah, oh my gosh. They got it all wrong. Let's get a break, get you back into the courtroom for more of this right after this. Stay with us.
holding you back.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Anna Abulaban was 28 years old when she was shot and killed by her husband, Ali Abulaban. Her friend was also shot and killed. The reason? He was jealous. He was mad that she wanted to move away from him after he had repeatedly struck her. He physically and emotionally abused her. She wanted a new life, and he was unwilling to let her have it. He barged into the apartment they used to share with a gun in his hand, and he shot and killed his wife, estranged wife, and her friend. Now, he's trying to convince a jury in San Diego, California that, yeah, I did that because I had a mental breakdown because I was just very upset by the fact that my marriage was crumbling, and he's trying to somehow get this point across as a good defense. We're watching it take place. He's being cross-examined. He's on the witness stand. We'll pick it up right where we left off.
I mean, I threw a pumpkin and roses. No big deal.
All right. And on October 21st at 10:30 a.m., Anna texted you, "I want you out of my life once and for all," correct?
Wait, October 21st?
Correct.
What time?
At 10:30 a.m.
That's probably after she saw the apartment.
Okay. I'm not asking about what she saw. She sent you the text message at 10:30 on October 21st. "I want you out of my life once and for all."
If it's there, then
Correct?
maybe she said that, yeah.
And that made you mad, right?
I don't even remember her saying that to me.
But you saw it in the text messages that I've showed in court, right?
I'm seeing it right here, but I don't even remember she said that to me.
Right. And that's People's 176, page 45, right? You see that she texted you that.
I don't have that here.
All right, so you said that you went back to your hotel after you left Spire that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you woke up and you heard the voices, Anna and another man, right?
Correct.
And you were listening to the conversation that Anna was having with Ray, right?
I was actively getting dressed while I was hearing it.
Right. So you were listening to the things that Anna was saying, right?
I heard a few things, but I wasn't actively like sitting and listening.
That was when you got upset, realizing she was with another man in the apartment, right?
No, that was when I realized that she is with a guy right now, and I wanted to go see who it was.
Right. You knew it wasn't a police officer, right?
I didn't know that. My friend told me maybe I shouldn't go because it could be a police officer.
You knew it wasn't based on the nature of the conversation, right?
Yeah, I guess I determined that, yeah.
You knew that she was with another man and giggling and having fun, right?
Yeah.
So when you're listening to this on your Discord application on your phone, you had already caught her with another man, right?
No.
But that's what you were listening to, right?
It could have been a friend. Could have been just hanging out.
You know it wasn't because of the nature of their conversation, right?
All I heard them say was, "Did Ali make this mess?" And then she said, "Yeah, and he bought me these cheap-ass roses." That's all I heard.
You did not need to drive to the apartment because you had already caught her on the application with another man, right?
No. That only confirmed what my suspicions were, and I needed to go validate it visually. I wanted to at least let her know I know that I'm onto her.
But you could have just recorded her doing one of your audio recordings. You could have audio recorded the conversation she was having with the other man, and that would have been your proof, right?
No, because I'm actively in a call on Discord. You can't record anything that's coming out of the same phone. I was not able to keep track of any of that or make a record of any of that.
And you could have done any number of things to record or then tell people, "Oh, look, Anna's with another man," right?
No, I couldn't, because my phone was being used in a voice chat with Discord, so I cannot record that. I cannot make another phone call. I don't have another device. I just have my phone.
You said that you would do audio recordings and send text messages and things like that. You could do that all at the same time.
A text message is fine. You can text while there's an active voice audio, but you can't be on a phone call and audio record.
You decided to drive straight to the Spire apartment from the hotel once you heard Anna with another man, correct?
Yeah.
And you were planning to surprise them and not let them know you were there, correct?
I wanted to find out what was going on, yes.
You sent a text to your friend Sammy around 2:36 p.m. There's another man at my apartment, dude, right? Correct?
Correct.
And you said, do not contact her, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you already knew that she was with another man, correct?
I heard her with another man.
You continued to drive to the Spire apartment despite already knowing Anna was with another man, correct?
I did.
You left your hotel and loaded your gun, correct?
That's not true.
Your gun was loaded, correct?
No, there was a magazine in it because I was actively carrying the last few days. There was already a magazine with bullets in it, but there was no round in the chamber at any point.
But your gun was loaded, correct?
It was not ready to be fired.
You could have gone to the Spire apartment without your gun, correct?
I could have.
You purposely went there with your gun loaded, correct?
I already had it on my pants, but I thought about whether I should bring it, but I thought it would be better, it'd be safer if I brought it.
You actually did not have the gun on your pants because you had been sleeping, correct?
My pants were on the floor with my gun attached to the belt. Like I said, as soon as I heard this audio, I wasn't sitting there listening. I was like a fireman, just ready, just jumping into my pants. The gun was already on my, I was out the door.
You made the decision to put your pants on that had a loaded gun and drive to the Spire apartment, correct?
That was the pants that was readily available. That was what I was wearing.
And you made sure you had extra magazines and over 100 rounds of ammunition, correct?
That's what I had in my safe ever since Virginia. First of all, that wasn't even near me. That was in the back of my Jeep in a safe.
You had all that ammunition and 3 magazines when you drove to the Spire apartment, correct?
It was in my safe, but I didn't bring it with me to the apartment.
Well, you brought your gun with a loaded magazine, correct?
That's how you conceal carry. It was already there. It was already on there.
Do you have a concealed carry permit in California?
No, I don't, but I was actually in the process of
Oh, so
signing.
you were actually illegally carrying the gun, correct?
In that moment, in those few days, yes.
You were driving in your car and listening to Anna and the other man talking the whole time, correct?
No, I actually started to freak out because I stopped hearing the voices, and then all of a sudden I heard R&B music, and then I started to panic and scream. And
You wanted revenge for Anna being with another man, correct?
no, I wanted to know the truth. I was sick of the lies. I was sick of the back and forth. I wanted to just figure out, like as I said in that voice video, just let me know so I can move on. I wanted to catch her because she kept playing this innocent, she'll never do what I do. She turned my whole family against me. They're calling me a cheater. I wanted to show, like, look, she's doing it too. She's doing the same things that she's accusing me. I just wanted closure so I can move on.
Did you, at any point during that drive, tell yourself, oh, I shouldn't be driving to the apartment right now?
I didn't want to be in this situation. I knew that.
You never turned the car around and drove back to the hotel, correct?
No, I wanted to go see.
Go to a friend's house instead, right?
Why would I? I'm thinking that my wife is about to have sex. I'm trying to go catch her.
You did not go to LA to go be with Sammy, correct?
That was the plan, but obviously it changed once the events changed when I ordered the groceries, and then Anna was behaving strange, and then I went to the apartment to go check on her. She wasn't there. She lied to me. So LA was out of my mind at that moment.
Right. But you did not make the decision to drive to LA instead of going to the Spire apartment, correct?
Once I heard the voices?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about LA at that moment.
Right. You didn't drive to a bar to go get a drink instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't go to the gym to go work out instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't go out to lunch to try to get your mind off things instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't decide in that moment, oh, I'll just divorce Anna because she's with another man, right?
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know, because depending on who it was, let's say if it was Nick or Miko, I would have never assumed they were in a relationship. I would assume that maybe they're just hanging out to comfort her, but When I found out who it was, then I knew that.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't just decide instead, oh, let me just get a divorce from Anna because she's with another man, right?
In that moment, no. I was trying to understand what's going on with Anna.
You didn't call your mom to talk to her about what you had been hearing, correct?
No.
You didn't call your dad to talk to him about what you were hearing on the audio recording, correct?
I didn't have time for all this.
Oh, you didn't have time on the 15-minute drive?
I was listening and I was freaking out.
Okay.
I was driving.
You didn't call any of your siblings or your stepmom to talk to them instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
No, I didn't call anybody.
Okay. You didn't call any friend to vent your anger instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
I get where you're going.
I need you to answer my question. You did not call any friend to vent your anger instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No, I was driving to the Spire.
And you said...
We need a break. We'll get you back into this courtroom. Also monitoring Idaho, what is going on there. A little later today, Brian Kohlberger will be in court, also in Idaho. Busy day here at Court TV. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, where is Sebastian Rogers? The Tennessee teen has been missing since February, and now the boy's father is asking the FBI to take over the investigation. We'll bring you the latest as the search continues.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back. Let's head back to California, where we've been watching testimony in the TikTok star murder trial. The defendant, Ali Abulaban, is charged with gunning down his estranged wife and her friend in their San Diego high-rise apartment back in 2021. Before we go back in one more time, let's tap into someone's disgust. Marie Pereira, she's watching along with us. This is like gotta end, right? It's like it's hard not to watch, but I'm like, Argh.
It is hard, and stop triggering me, okay? You know, Judge laissez-faire is still not taking care of what he needs to be taken care of. Because the defendant is saying, are you serious right now? I see where you're going with this. This is a courtroom, but we talked about that already. What the prosecutor's doing now is she's establishing premeditation, because his defense is heat of passion, mental incapacity to appreciate the wrongness of his crime. But what she's asking him, and he's humming, is, you know, you heard that she had a whole man over there. They were giggling, they played you and said your flowers were cheap, you were angry, upset, so you went over there to exact revenge. So what she's doing is good. The line of questioning is on point to refute that lame defense of she made me do it, I was a drug addict, I was mentally incapacitated at that moment. It's a lie. You put the device in her phone, you were listening to what she was doing, you went over there to murder her because you're an abuser, and that's what they do. When a woman turns around and leaves, that's the most dangerous part of it. That's when they get killed, and unfortunately, that's what happened to that poor woman.
Yeah, poor woman indeed. Mother, and just had to endure him during their relationship. Imagine that, and then this happens at the end. Let's go back in, pick up more of the cross-examination as the state comes to that crescendo with the defendant.
No, I was driving like 90 miles an hour.
You're driving fast, but you weren't crashing into anything, right?
I wish I did.
You weren't, though, right?
I was focused. I did coke, and I was in the zone, and it's like the only thing on my mind is there's a man in my house. There's a man in my house. Anna's with a man. Let me go find out who this is. I wasn't thinking about mom or suspicious about is happening. This is my chance to go find out.
You're
That's
not
what's happening.
answering my question.
That is the answer to your question.
My question was, you were driving just fine on the road.
I was driving erratically. If I would have been pulled over, I would have been arrested for reckless driving and possession of a firearm. So I was even in danger to myself.
While you were listening to Anna and Ray on the recording, on your phone, you were mad, right?
I was amplified.
They were disrespecting you, right?
I didn't even understand the situation yet. I didn't understand. Nobody was disrespecting me. I'm absorbing this as I'm going. I'm just trying to learn.
Well, you said that they were making fun of you, and that made you upset, right?
It was just part of what I heard, and it amplified me. I was worked up.
So you felt disrespected by them, right?
No, I was freaking out.
You had plenty of time in that car ride thinking about killing them, right?
Never crossed my mind.
So you parked on the street outside the parking garage on J Street, right?
Just right outside, yes.
Okay. You didn't park in the building, right?
No.
You didn't go
I didn't have the pass.
Okay. And you didn't walk through the Pinnacle lobby like you had done every other time, including that morning, right?
Actually, the normal way for me to go to my apartment is to go down to the garage, park my car, take the elevator up. I never go through lobbies in the first place.
But that morning, you went through the Pinnacle lobby.
No.
At 9 in the morning, correct? To enter the Spire, you walked through the Pinnacle lobby, correct?
It's easier to reach from J Street, yes. That's where my GPS takes me.
You did not do the same before you went to go shoot Anna and Ray, correct?
I parked in the garage. I don't know why I parked there. That's just where the GPS took me.
You ran through the parking garage so no one would see you, correct?
The parking garages constantly have vehicles. There was vehicles passing left and right.
You didn't want to walk through the lobby as you were about to go shoot Anna and Ray, correct?
My weapon wasn't seen by anybody. No, it doesn't matter where I would have walked. Nobody would have known I had a gun on me. At no point do you see a weapon in my hand.
You parked on the street so you could get away more quickly after you shot and killed them, correct?
No, I parked there because it was just the closest place to the entrance, the garage.
You put your holster on your jeans on the left side, correct?
It was already there. That's where I wear it. I'm left-handed.
And when you ran into the parking garage, your gun was already in your holster attached to your jeans, correct?
Yes.
And in People's 52, this is you adjusting your belt around your holster and your gun, correct?
Yeah, I was tightening it.
Your gun was already loaded, correct?
It was. I don't know what you mean by loaded. There was a magazine with bullets, but it was not ready to be fired.
You were in the parking garage for 5 minutes before you got in the elevator, right?
I had forgotten the key, so I ran all the way to the elevators. I tried to get into the black gate. I realized I didn't have the key on me, and I ran back.
Okay. But that whole process took 5 minutes. From 2:50 to 2:55, you were running in the parking lot, correct?
I was frantically running from my car to try to get to the elevator. I realized I didn't have the key, so now I'm freaking out about that because the events are still going on. Nothing's changed. So I ran back to my car to go grab the key, ran back to go take the elevator up. Still freaking out about what's going on because the more time that passes, the more I'm thinking, okay, it's going to get closer and closer to actually happening.
In the parking garage, you didn't then change your mind and leave, correct?
Because nothing had changed. I'm still trying to go catch them.
You didn't say to yourself, oh, what am I doing, and leave the garage, correct?
I knew what I was doing. I wanted to go catch my wife.
Okay. You got on the elevator and you took it to the 35th floor, right?
Yes.
And before you did that, 2 minutes before you got in the elevator, you activated your audio recording, right?
Maybe I did.
Because you activated your audio recording at 2:53 p.m. and it went 5 minutes through the shooting, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Again, to record what could have taken place. I mean, because
that was your doing, going into the apartment, correct?
Yes, I wanted to have an audio recording, a accurate and true representation of what took place, or what would have taken place.
You rode the elevator up, which took you about 3 minutes, right?
It took a while, yeah.
From 2:55 to 2:58 p.m., correct? And while you were taking that 3-minute ride up the elevator, you didn't decide, let me just get off the elevator and go back to the hotel, right?
No, why would I think that? Because I had not completed what was I there for? Exactly.
You were there to kill your wife and Ray, correct?
No, I was not. I was there to catch my wife cheating.
In People's 68, was this the direction you ran to go take the elevator?
Yeah, right behind, you see where that pillar with the white and blue? If you follow that down to the left, there's a black gate, and it lets you go into the...
So that's the route you took in the parking garage with your gun to go get the elevator, correct?
Correct.
And then in People's 60, this is you getting off the elevator before the door even opened, correct?
Correct.
Oh, he's got an answer for everything, doesn't he? We're going to get a break when we come back. Well, more from San Diego, plus Chad Daybell. Stay with us.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, coming to you live from Dedham, Massachusetts. We are live for this special hour here of Court TV Live. And Court TV is also covering the killer or cover-up murder trial, which is dark today here in the Boston area of Massachusetts. But tomorrow is going to be a real special day because key witness Brian Higgins expected to take the stand. So we will have updates about that throughout the day as well. We're also monitoring the Doomsday Prophet murder trial that's taking place in Boise, Idaho, as the defense has rested its case in chief and Chad Daybell has decided not to testify. But this hour, we are in California for the TikTok star murder trial. Defendant Ali Abulaban faces 2 counts of murder for the shooting deaths of his wife and also her friend, that taking place back in 2021. He is back on the stand today for more of that fiery cross. Let's get you back into court.
Right, to get to the apartment, correct?
That's how you get to my apartment, yes.
And after you turned the corner and ran to apartment 3508, you took out your gun, right?
No. No, I only had my key card in my right hand.
All right, so let me go over what you testified to yesterday. You told us that you used your key card to open the door, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then once you open and that door's pretty heavy, right?
It is a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you had to, you use some finesse to open the door, right?
You have to push it, yeah.
So you push the door open, and that's when you looked over and you noticed that Anna was not in the bedroom, she was on the couch, correct?
So when I went into the house, I was startled by the fact that, yes, they were on the couch.
Okay, and so you said that you first saw Anna, but you couldn't see the man, right?
Yeah, because he was leaned back.
Okay, because Anna was leaning forward and blocking your view of the man, correct?
She had turned like this to look at me.
Okay.
Go ahead and make record of that. He turned to his left side.
Thank you. Okay, so you said Anna turned to her left and then she noticed you, correct?
Yes.
All right, so once Anna turned to the left and noticed you, that's when Ray leaned his head forward, right?
He removed his arm and then leaned forward to see who was at the door.
Okay, so Ray leaned forward, and then that's when you first noticed that it was Ray, right?
Immediately, yes.
All right. So you noticed it was Ray, and then you said that's when Ray did this nod. Like you mentioned it yesterday. He nodded up in the air.
Yeah, he kind of just, he had his eyebrow arched, and he went, like, what's up?
Okay. And that made you mad, right?
Him being there, him being anywhere involved in this is what I never imagined that in a million years. Just his whole involvement, just seeing his face just did something to me.
Okay.
That was like the straw that broke the camel's back mentally. I mean, I don't know what happened. Something just snapped, and I.
So then you said that once you noticed Ray and then he did that head nod, then you said that you felt betrayed, right?
I felt, of course, it's like a betrayal, yes.
Okay. And then you testified that at that moment, when you were looking at Anna and Ray, you felt betrayed, and you said you didn't expect that Anna would do that to you, correct?
I was sharing some of the feelings, how I felt about the situation. I may not have felt that in the exact moment because of how fast it happened, but what I testified yesterday, I got really emotional, so I may have interjected some after feelings about this.
Okay, but in the moment, you were processing your feelings and realizing that Anna had betrayed you, right?
No, so let me put it this way. I opened the door. Anna, Ray.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
That's exactly how fast it happened.
But I'm asking you about what you testified to yesterday. You testified that all of these things happened, and then you were processing the fact that Anna had betrayed you, correct?
No, I was not processing. There was no time for me to process. My brain was like a caveman in that moment. Right. Anna, man, Ray. Right. It went from a man to identifying Ray.
All right.
And then.
So you testified to all of those things happening, and you confirmed that that was all the way it happened, correct?
I was describing it for the first time
Right.
in front of everybody.
Okay.
And I was, obviously it took me a lot longer to describe.
But you were describing different things that were happening with the leaning and the nod and all of these different things, correct?
This is like a matter of 2 seconds.
Not all of those things that you described that you saw and felt could not have happened in 1.5 seconds, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Next question.
Your Honor, I'm going to play just like about a 20-second clip from one of the exhibits. There's only 1 or 2 words on it. I wasn't planning to pass out the transcript, but it's People's 179.
Okay.
Okay, that's the recording from your phone of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You shot your gun so fast upon entering that apartment, correct?
Correct.
You could not have seen all of those things happening with Anna leaning forward and then leaning back and then noticing Ray and Ray doing the head nod and then you realizing you were betrayed and then firing.
No,
Correct?
the way you're explaining, that's not how it went down. It wasn't all these thoughts and all
What
these.
you're saying did not go down,
That is
correct?
exactly how it went down. When I went in, Anna didn't lean forward. She was already looking in that direction when she heard the beep of the door open. So Anna was already looking at me to see who's coming in. When I walked in, I immediately saw Anna. And then Ray popped up immediately, did the head nod, and that's when I pulled the gun out. That can certainly happen in that time frame.
When you enter the apartment, about a second and a half later, you racked your gun, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
That's that sound at the beginning, you racking your gun, correct?
Correct.
And then you hear a clink on that recording, and that is the bullet falling out of your gun because you racked it, correct?
No.
There was already a bullet in the chamber when you fired your gun, correct?
I had to rack it in order for when I first walked in, the first rack was what put the first bullet in the chamber. There was no clink.
One moment. Okay, looking at People's 89, page 9. The circled area marked 1, that is an unfired bullet in your apartment. That bullet fell out of your gun when you racked it when you entered the apartment, correct?
That's incorrect. My door, look how far my door is. I was standing in front of the door. You said none of this could have happened in the time frame, so how could I have walked from my door to that door to cock it and rack it? I was standing at the door, I racked it, no clink, no bullet. There's no bullet by the door.
That
It's because my
live
firearm
round-
was empty.
That live round is right in the dining room, correct?
And that must have been the second, or the second rack. Because from the first time I fired, it was one direct motion, like I was propelled forward in one fluid motion towards the couch. So that one bullet right there, that is the second rack.
You missed the first shot you took, right?
I cannot confirm which bullets hit or which not. There was a lot of gunpowder smoke.
You heard on the audio recording that Anna said. And so the first shot that you took, you missed both of them, correct?
Both of them, the first.
Or did you hit Ray on the first shot?
It was either the first or the second that hit him because I noticed in between shots that he was laying back now.
After you fired the first shot, you didn't decide to stop, correct?
I couldn't.
You racked the gun again after you fired the first shot, correct?
I heard it. I don't remember doing that.
But you did that, correct?
That's what happened.
You did not need to rack your gun because there was already a bullet in the chamber, correct?
That's correct.
You racked it to intimidate your victims, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
I mean, I'm planning to answer. I'm just I'm trying to. If I'm trying to kill them, why am I trying to intimidate them? That doesn't make no damn sense. What do you want to go? What do you want to say is happening here? That I'm processing these thoughts and. There is no intimidation. There is no. I didn't even know that they were seeing each other. I didn't know that that was going to happen. It just, I saw it. My gun's in my hand. I racked it because there was no bullet in the chamber. And then I racked it again after the first shot. That doesn't make sense why I would do that. The gun was not jammed at any point. Even the way that I'm handling the firearm doesn't make sense.
Are you holding it to the side or straight up?
No, I held it one-handed. I don't know. Am I allowed to point?
I'm asking you, did you hold your gun straight up or were you holding it to the side when you were shooting Ann and Ray?
No, I'm not a gang member. I don't shoot that way. I had it like this.
All right, we're going to pause the testimony right there in the TikTok star murder trial playing out there in California. A very heated cross. He's been on the stand for several days. We'll get you back into that courtroom when we return. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious.
After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The killer or cover-up murder trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, your host for this special hour, coming to you live from Massachusetts, where I'm covering the killer or cover-up murder trial. We'll get you back into court in California in just a moment, but first we wanted to update you on other stories that we're following, including a big hearing out of Idaho for Idaho killing suspect Brian Kohberger. The hearing is scheduled for later today at around 5:30 p.m. Eastern to determine whether prosecutors have to turn over certain evidence in the case. Kohberger's defense team is expected to call at least one witness at the hearing. We will have updates online and on air as we get them, and we'll share them with you. All right, let's go back to California now, to San Diego County, where the defendant, Abulaban, a once rising star with TikTok and social media, stands accused of killing his wife and her friend. He has been on the stand for a fiery cross. Let's get you back into court.
When I pulled the gun out, yeah, he went like this.
Right? And the record reflect that the witness turned all the way towards his right.
No, my left.
I'm sorry, your left. So that's the.
And put his head down.
And put your head down. Is that what you did?
I believe he was kind of just hiding behind Anna's head, but it all happened in that moment.
Okay. So Ray turned towards Anna to protect both himself and her from your gun, correct?
I'm not sure. It just happened. I think, if I remember correctly, that's how it happened.
And you shot Ray in the back of his head, correct?
I was not aiming. I don't remember exactly how it happened.
You weren't aiming? You only shot them in the head and neck, correct?
I'm sure. I think he got shot 3 times, but.
Yeah. And it was all in the head and neck, correct?
What I meant by aiming is the proper aiming. Like, you would have to hold a firearm with 2 hands and then line up the rear sights with the front sights and then kind of close one of your eyes. I didn't do any of that.
My question was, you only shot Ray in the head and the neck, correct?
That's where the bullets went. I mean, I was just pointing in the direction.
You are a trained military police officer, correct?
I was, yes.
Correct? Right. You knew how to aim to kill, correct?
Incorrect.
You didn't know that shooting someone in the head could kill them?
So that's not what you just asked me. You said that I was trained to kill. I was not trained to kill.
You were trained on where to fire to kill, correct?
It's incorrect. Law enforcement training, we aim for center mass, which is the body, which is the biggest point of a person's body. And it doesn't always result in a fatality.
You know that shooting someone in the head will kill them, correct?
Not necessarily. There's people who have survived shots in the head, but like I said, there was no thought of, I'm going to shoot him in the head. There was nothing like that. I did not plan to shoot anybody in the head. I don't know where the bullets were going. I don't know which bullet went this way. I don't know when I racked it. This is something that happened in a blur.
You did not shoot anywhere else in the apartment other than at Anna and Ray, correct?
In their direction.
Yep. You didn't shoot at the window to scare them, correct?
No.
You didn't shoot into the kitchen or the bedroom, correct?
No.
You shot only towards their heads, correct?
No, I just, in their general direction. I was too far away to. Okay, so I have had training with firearms, but the pistol is actually the worst thing that I'm at. My accuracy is terrible with the firearm.
My question was, you only shot Anna and Ray in their head and in that direction, correct?
That is false. There's a shot. There's one of them that entered his trap, his neck area. I did not aim for these things. This is just where the bullets ended up, and there's a few bullets that hit the wall. So unless you're assuming I intended to hit the wall too.
Those bullets, those holes in the wall were behind Anna and Ray's heads, correct?
I don't know exactly where the placement was, but they were either near. There's no way it could have been behind, or it would have gone through. But again, this is just me speculating. I don't have an exact memory of or knowledge of which bullets went here. The first bullet hit there. I don't have that. It's just.
You're not speculating. You know that you only fired towards their heads, and bullets went into their heads, neck, and in the wall behind their heads, correct?
When I was near the door, when I first, I believe I first fired the first shot, I was not aiming. I was just pointing in their general direction. And what I mean by aiming is I was not holding the firearm properly. I did not line up the sights. I did not close one of my eyes, which is standard with weapons training or weapons usage. I just fired in their direction. I do not know, I did not intend to hit Ray in the head, but it just so happened that either the first or the second bullet must have hit him in the head because I noticed that he was out.
You did intend to hit him in the head, and that's where you fired, correct?
No, I never meant to hit anybody.
Ray, you shot Ray in the back of the head, and then he was unconscious, correct?
That one of the first two, either the first or the second shot, I'm guessing must have went to the back of his head because at that point he fell back like this.
He was turned all the way to the left, and then he fell back, straight back?
No. His legs were still facing forward. They were still in their little, they were still very close to each other, I believe. Anna's leg was underneath. I don't know. This is what I'm saying after the fact. But he did this. See, my legs are still pointed forward. Nothing about my lower half is changing. He's just doing this.
Again,
So let the record reflect that the witness turned towards his left and ducked his head a little bit, indicating what Ray did.
Right, and it would make sense now that I see the arrows pointing of which, because if he would have done this, it would have gone here and it would have come out at the cheek, which is exactly what is.
That's exactly what you did to Ray. You shot him in the back of the head, and the bullet went out his cheek, correct?
That's what happened, but I did not mean to do that.
So you said that when you shot Ray in the back of the head, he then immediately flopped back into that position on the couch?
Either he must have rested. Again, I'm speculating because I don't remember these exact. I wasn't watching this whole thing. It just happened. So he must have recentered his spine, or he must have fallen on Anna, and maybe she kind of pushed him back off, in fear.
Let the record reflect again, the witness turned to the left and ducked his head, indicating what Ray did.
And then I indicated what Anna may have done, pushing him off of her, and that would have centered him.
So Ray fell back on the couch immediately after the shot to the back of the head, and then you shot him in the cheek or the neck?
I don't remember the exact order that the bullets hit him.
Well, you're testifying now that you remember that he got the shot in the back of the head first, and then he fell right back, right?
No, I'm saying if that was the first one that hit him, it would have made sense if it happened that way. I do remember him going this way, and then after maybe a shot or two, I remember through the fog of the smoke, I got a glimpse of he was fully back.
Then if he's fully,
make a record of that.
I'm sorry.
He turned to his left side first, and then he indicated he'd put his head back.
Okay. Then how did Ray get a shot in his right cheek with the exit on the other cheek if he was all the way back on the couch?
Objection or calls for speculation. The witness is testifying he doesn't remember and has routinely said he's speculating.
Okay, overruled, you can answer. If you know.
I mean, I can only guess what would make sense, but I'm left-handed. If the cheek bullet was the last shot on Ray, that would be right as I'm directly standing over him, I'm assuming. My accuracy is bad, and I'm not holding it properly with two hands. So recoil tends to go, so if I was just directly over him, it may have entered at that angle, like a drift.
For that to happen in that direction, you would have had to have the gun right next to his cheek, and your arm would have had to be all the way to the back of the couch for you to fire on his right cheek and then have an exit wound on the left cheek. That's what you're saying you did?
You said my arm would have to be extended past him?
Your arm would have to be all the way towards his cheek when he is laying towards the back of the couch with his head on the couch.
Not necessarily. I could have, I don't know, I could have bent my arm back, to make the,
You were that close to Ray's cheek to give him that wound.
I was standing between, I believe I was standing in between his legs. right directly over him
So
at that
you were
point.
in front of the coffee table when you shot him in the cheek.
I think that it would make sense. Yes, I think at that point I was in between the coffee table and the couch.
Let's go back to you rack the gun for the second time, a bullet falls out, then you fire 4 more shots, correct?
Okay.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
After you fired the second shot, you did not stop, correct?
After the first shot, I could not stop.
You did not stop after the second shot, correct?
Correct.
You did not turn to leave the apartment instead of continuing to fire, correct?
No, I did not.
And you fired a third shot, correct?
Correct.
You fired a 4th shot, correct?
Correct.
You fired a 5th shot, correct?
Correct.
After you shot Ray in the head and he was unconscious and dead, you did not stop firing, correct?
Again, I did not know which bullet exactly hit him at what point. I was not observing these things. This was just happening all in a matter of seconds. I never observed Ray to be dead. I never considered what he's feeling or what's his state, or should I keep shooting? Should I not? These are not thoughts that I've ever had a chance to even think. This was not I don't want to use legal terms, but this is not premeditated.
You never.
That's the defendant there, Abulaban, on cross-examination, what has been a contentious cross at times. So are you buying what he's selling there to the jury? Let us know on social media. I'm at Matt Johnson News. We are at Court TV. But watching along with you, let's bring in our guest for this hour, Judge Ashley Baker from Atlanta, Georgia. You are a former magistrate, probate, you're a family law attorney, and you're a Superior Court judge. I really appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. What are your thoughts?
Well, quite frankly, he's on the stand. That's great. We all love to see that, but it's not the greatest idea. I haven't heard a lot of objections here at all. I heard one, and it was quietly overruled. So the judge is doing what I probably would do as well. Let them keep talking, and they'll tell us everything. But frankly, I think he's doing a great job acting as if he's telling the truth. Everything he's telling seems to be exactly what he remembers, and he's painting a great picture for a crime of passion here. If you'll continue to listen, he has all of his assumptions that they're asking him to recollect are his after the fact thoughts. It's nothing really about that 2 and 3 second interval. He completely remembers only that quick and fast and easy, and everything he's speculating on is after the fact. So I think he's got a really good case here for that crime of passion.
Well, it's also really interesting because he's no stranger to performing in front of others, correct? I mean, he was a rising TikTok star in the world of social media. So that's probably playing to his favor. But what are you going to be watching for, in short, for the redirect with this particular witness?
Well, for the redirect, it's going to be going into the things that he may or may not have done incorrectly with his preparation or answers here, but he's really not done much that I can see to incriminate himself with the testimony that we've been able to look at. They're accusing him of being a good shot. Unfortunately, he's got all the right answers. So I'll be interested to see what they have caught, if much, that he's done that has really harmed his case.
All right, Judge Ashley Baker, we are interested to see what's going to happen next. Don't go anywhere. You're sticking with us for the full hour. And don't you go anywhere, you at home. We are going to get you back into that courtroom for that fiery cross with this defiant defendant. When we come back, you're watching Court TV.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, your host for this hour, coming to you live from Dedham, Massachusetts, where court is dark today in the killer or cover-up murder trial of Karen Reed. But there is still drama unfolding in the courthouse here behind me, involving a blogger connected to the case. A motion hearing is underway for Aiden Carney, known as Turtle Boy. He was charged with witness intimidation and conspiracy related to witnesses in the Karen Reed trial. He has pleaded not guilty. We will keep you posted with updates throughout the day and Court TV Live and also CourtTV.com. Now let's head back to California for more of the TikTok star murder trial that's unfolding right now. Defendant Ali Abulaban, he is facing 2 counts of murder for allegedly shooting and killing his estranged wife and her friend back in 2021. The defendant still on the stand, testifying in his own defense. We hit the pause button. Let's get you back into court.
Ray is alive or dead, or where I had hit him in the seconds that this occurred.
You wanted him dead, and that's what you did, right?
Objection, Your Honor, arguments to it.
No, I just lost control.
You said you did not care about him when you were shooting at his head, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
When you were firing the second, third, fourth, and fifth shot, you were getting closer to both Anna and Ray, correct?
Yes, it was like I was walking towards them as I was firing, if I can remember correctly.
So you shot Ray in the neck first and then the cheek, correct?
Incorrect.
That's not correct?
I'm pretty sure we just discussed that. It's more likely he got shot in the head first.
No, I'm saying this, the neck shots, after the head shot. You shot him in the neck, and then the last shot you fired on him was in his cheek, correct?
In the moment, I don't remember which bullet hit where or what, but, you know, upon reviewing the evidence, I'm just saying what possibly makes sense. It would make sense that the neck one would be the second time he was impacted.
Because you were so close to his cheek when you fired the last shot that you got soot on his cheek, correct?
So we're talking about possibly the last shot, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not talking about the neck anymore.
I'm talking about the cheek. You were so close to him when you shot him in the cheek that he had black soot on his cheek, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
You didn't shoot Ray anywhere else on his body, correct?
I was not choosing where the bullets went.
You did not shoot him in the legs or the arms or the stomach, correct?
I did not choose to shoot them anywhere in specific.
You killed Ray first so that Anna would watch that happening, correct?
Oh, God. I did not make a conscious decision to kill anybody, but Ray was obviously the odd man out, or obviously what triggered me, this terrible reaction of mine. So it would make sense that he was shot at first, or no, it would make sense that he was shot at primarily.
You hated Ray and you shot and killed him, correct?
I did not hate Ray. I didn't feel comfortable with him around my wife. That's it. I was insecure around him, but I never wanted to hurt him. I even made attempts to talk to him on Instagram.
Objection, non-responsive. You now were in front of the coffee table, correct?
At some point.
Okay. And you knew that Ray wasn't speaking, correct? He was laying back on the couch, dead, right?
I did not know he was dead, but in a matter of these seconds, I think the whole shooting is, what, 6 seconds?
Okay. He wasn't speaking, though, correct?
Nobody was speaking. I mean, Anna was just screaming.
And you stood right in front of Anna, correct? correct? In front of the coffee table.
And see, now you're asking me about things I don't remember.
But that's what you did. You stood in front of her with your gun, correct?
She was right there, yes, so I would assume so.
And then you racked your gun for a third time right in front of Anna, correct?
That's what it sounds like.
Right, that's what you heard on your own recording, correct?
Right, that's what it sounds like.
You racked a gun for the third time, and then a bullet fell out and landed on the carpet, correct?
I don't know where the bullet landed.
So you see in People's 89, page 15, there was another live bullet in front of the couch. When you racked your gun for the second and third time, both of those bullets came out of your gun, correct?
I don't know the order of these bullets.
You know that when you rack your gun and it's loaded, a bullet comes out of the top, correct?
That's correct.
So that's what happened here, correct?
I'm not sure what positions they landed. I didn't observe this stuff.
But you racked your gun 3 times, and all 3 times a live bullet came out of the top, correct?
That's not correct. The first rack would not have expelled an unspent bullet.
But you see that there are 3 live bullets on the ground from your racking, correct?
That makes sense, and but I'm not exactly sure how that happened. That's something I'm very confused about.
You were standing in front of Anna, and she screamed, right?
She was screaming since the shooting.
Okay?
Before I even stood in front of her.
And you stood in front of her, and you did not just leave before you killed her, correct?
Just leave, like I didn't leave?
Yeah, you didn't just decide, let me leave the apartment before I kill Anna, correct?
There was no thoughts in my head.
Anna put her hands up in the air and screamed, right? For mercy?
She was screaming because she was scared.
And you made the choice to fire another shot, correct?
No.
Correct? That's what you did. You stood in front of Anna and racked your gun right in front of her head, correct?
I don't remember.
And then you shot her in the forehead, correct?
I don't even remember how that happened. I just remember heading to the door.
You shot her in the forehead, correct?
That's what happened?
You put a bullet in her head and it went through the back, correct?
Correct.
1 shot and you killed her, right?
I didn't know she was dead.
You knew that shooting Anna in the head would kill her, correct?
No.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I know that anybody getting shot in the head, that could be fatal, of course.
Right.
But there are people who have survived that. But this is not something that I've thought about in this moment. These are not thoughts that I'm thinking, well, you know what? If I shoot her in the head, she's more likely to die. Maybe I should shoot her in the... Nothing like that was happening. I wasn't even thinking.
You did not shoot her in the leg or the arm or anywhere else, right?
I did not have control of myself in this moment.
Before you racked your gun and shot Anna in the head, you said the word respect, correct?
I did not.
You heard that on the recording I just played, right?
I did not. I'd like you to play it again, if you don't mind.
Play it again. Playing 179.
I didn't hear anything.
Right. Before you shot Anna, you told her essentially that she wasn't respecting you, correct?
That is false.
That is not a female voice saying respect, correct?
That is not. There's nobody saying respect in there.
That is not Ray saying respect because he's already dead, correct?
I do not know the status of Ray, but there's nobody saying respect in that audio.
That's what you said to Anna, and then you killed her.
Can you play it closer to the last shot, please?
I'm not going to keep playing it, but that's what you heard on the recording, correct?
I mean, it's distracting when I have to sit there and listen to me, go out of the elevator. Can we just play it right before the shooting, please?
I'm asking you a question.
Because all I heard was,
You cannot ask me anything. I'm asking you. Before you shot Anna in the head, you shot her because she had disrespected you and was with Ray, correct?
No.
Right after you.
The defendant wanting to see and hear that audio recording over and over again. You can hear the screams and the gunfire. It is surprising. You're not going to miss a thing. We're going to hit the pause button, and we'll get back into that courtroom for more cross-examination in San Diego, California, when we come back.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, where is Sebastian Rogers? The Tennessee teen has been missing since February, and now the boy's father is asking the FBI to take over the investigation. We'll bring you the latest as the search continues.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
And welcome back on your Friday Eve. As we're watching this trial unfold there in San Diego, we'll get you back into the courtroom in just a moment for more testimony, cross-examination of the defendant. But let's bring in our guest for this hour. Still watching along with you at home, we have judge and family law attorney Ashley Baker in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you for being with us. So, okay, he doesn't deny killing two people, his estranged wife and her friend. He doesn't deny that part. But he says that it was all a crime of passion. Talk to me, Judge, and tell me how that's different and what the defense must show.
Well, he's talking about this crime of passion, so it's almost like it's okay to do this when you have a wife or spouse that you catch in the act. Now, what they're going to have to show is that this was some sort of in the act breakdown, but he's been well prepared, or he's done his own research, one of the two, in what that means, because he keeps going back to that, like at the moment, no premeditation, and it was an immediate act. He keeps reiterating that he did not expect anyone to be there. He didn't expect her to be with this guy or any guy. And he knew he was catching something because he had suspected that something was going on, but he did not expect her to be with a man in that apartment that day. And he keeps reiterating that. That's a good thing, because that would go towards that crime of passion excuse, for lack of a better term. Unfortunately, he's gotten really angry, so that could be a problem for this jury.
It certainly could, and it's going to be interesting to see what he testifies to next. Now, we've hit the pause button. You haven't missed any of the testimony. It is just riveting, all the different emotions that you can see on this particular defendant, and him wanting to see and hear that ring video over and over again when he's firing that gun. Remember, he admitted to all of this. Let's get you back into court now.
That's what you did, right?
They scrubbed my hands. They scraped my nails for any DNA. No blood, no skin, no hair. Come on.
Objection, non-responses. Move to strike. You pushed her head down into Ray's lap, so that's how they would be found, correct?
No.
When you were describing the shooting yesterday, you were crying, right?
Yes.
Not a single tear fell from your eyes, isn't that right?
I wiped a tear off this table.
And you grabbed a tissue and you wiped your eyes after that, right?
Moments later, yes.
And you wiped away nothing, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's really argumentative and frankly inappropriate.
I guess it's next question.
And then a few seconds later, you continued testifying and you were calm with no tears, right?
I brought myself back together.
Now, you told us so many details about everything that happened on October 20th. No memory of taking that photo of Anna and Ray dead, right?
Objection to state's testimony.
Overruled.
I don't remember when I did it, or why I did it, or frankly, when or for what purpose I did. I don't. Yes, I said that. I don't remember.
After you had shot and killed Ray and Anna, you emptied your magazine into Anna's feet, correct?
No.
Looking at People's 146, you see there's 2 live bullets between Anna's feet, correct?
There are, but are those the 2 that's part of the 3 on the floor?
You cannot ask me a question. I'm asking you the questions. You see that there's 2 live bullets between Anna's feet in this photograph, correct?
I do.
Right? And Anna's feet, her knees were tucked under Ray's leg, right?
I don't remember the positioning.
Okay. And her feet were together, right?
I don't know the positioning of them.
After you shot and killed her, you took out your magazine and you put some live bullets between her legs, right?
No, I did not do that. Would this be 4 and 5?
You cannot ask me questions, Mr. Abulaban. You need to answer mine.
Well, then, in order
You
for me to answer your
emptied-
question, can you give me some assistance here?
You emptied.
Were there 5 total unspent bullets now, you're saying?
You emptied your magazine and 2 bullets into her legs, didn't you?
No, I didn't, because my magazine, if you recall, when you had that special list here and they showed the picture of the magazine, there was one that was full with 15 bullets. There was one that had 3 remaining left. That would have been the magazine that I had used in this moment. Because if you add it up, you said 3 unspent rounds on the ground, right? 6 fired. We're talking about 9. 15, okay, that's 3 to 4 bullets. When I went back to my Jeep and I disarmed myself, I remember at one point flicking out 1 bullet of the magazine when I disarmed my gun, but I left out.
All right, we're approaching the top of the hour now. A special thank you to our guest for this hour, which is Judge Ashley Baker. Continuing coverage coming out of Idaho. Next, Kelly Craft is standing by. She's going to pick up our coverage. Thank you for being with us. This is Court TV.
leaf filter. We're small enough to listen, big enough to deliver.
And welcome back, everyone, to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, coming to you live from Boise, Idaho this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. We are following two major trials today here at Court TV. First, of course, we are in Idaho. Court has ended for the day in the trial of Chad Daybell. His defense rested early this morning, and the state will continue calling rebuttal witnesses next week. Daybell's fate now hangs in the balance after prosecutors say he killed his first wife, Tammy, and his new wife's two kids. Their names, Tylee and JJ. If convicted, he does face the death penalty. Also, we are in San Diego, California. A once rising star on social media is standing trial for double murder. Defendant Ali Abulaban does not deny shooting and killing his estranged wife, Anna, and her friend back in 2021. Instead, he claims that the shootings were a crime of passion.
I'm just shooting, and I'm even startled. It's like I'm watching it happen. I'm like I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it, and I hear Anna screaming and crying. I don't even remember shooting Anna.
And that is where we begin this hour. So we do want to get you back inside that courtroom. The jury does continue to hear from Ali Abulaban as he faces cross-examination by the state. Let's go back in.
There, right?
Was my fingerprints on him?
You put them there, correct?
No.
Anna didn't put bullets between her feet, correct?
No, ma'am.
There were 5 unfired bullets in the apartment, and you put all of those there, correct?
You said it was 3.
There are 5, 3 on the ground and 2 between her feet. You put all of those bullets there, correct?
I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
Someone else did.
I did not put those bullets by her feet. I don't put these bullets anywhere. I don't even know how the hell there's unspent rounds. I mean, well, obviously because I racked it, but I don't even remember doing these things.
You did this after you killed Anna because you were angry, correct?
That I did that because I was angry?
You put bullets into her legs, correct? That's the only way they would have gotten there, right?
It's incorrect.
After you killed Anna and Ray, you made the choice to take a photograph of their dead bodies, correct?
I ended up taking a picture.
You made that choice, right?
I don't remember thinking that.
All right, in People's 176, page 21, this is the photograph from your phone that you took of Anna and Ray dead, correct?
Yes.
And you took that at 2:59 and 22 seconds. I'm sorry, 11 seconds, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you took that photograph within seconds after killing them, correct?
I don't recall.
That's what you did, right?
I don't recall.
You were proud of what you did to them, right?
No, I wasn't.
Ray was dripping blood when you took this photograph of him, right?
Yes.
You took the photograph and then you opened the door to leave the apartment, right?
I don't recall the order. I remember after the shooting running to the door. Because even in the audio, you can hear me run to the door and then run back and say, Anna, Anna, Anna. So, and then I ended the audio at some point. So it would have to, the picture would not have been taken at any point in the audio.
No, the audio ended. You stopped it after you shot and killed Anna.
After I looked back and saw what happened, and then I screamed, Anna, 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 I ran towards her and I turned off the...
And you consciously turned off your recording, correct?
It was right there. The button was right there. It was like when your phone is locked, it'll show you in real time the wavelengths. You can just hit stop. So I just tapped.
You had your phone out during the shooting?
No, I quickly pulled it out.
Yeah, you chose to pull out your phone from your pocket to stop the recording after you had already fired all 6 shots, right?
When I saw how crazy things went, it completely went against what I had ever anticipated, there was no need to record.
You realized at that time that gunshots were loud, correct?
Yeah,
And you have neighbors, correct?
I do.
And you wanted the neighbors to think that you had just entered your apartment and found Anna dead, right?
My neighbors were not even in my mind. I have no interaction with any of my neighbors.
You yelled Anna's name to make it seem like you just found her, correct?
Oh, God. That's incorrect.
You left the apartment and you walked towards the elevator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went back into the apartment and you screamed Anna again, right?
Yes.
You wanted everyone who heard to think that you had just found Anna dead, right?
I wasn't even thinking of anybody else.
And that's the same thing you said to the 911 operator, right? I just found her, correct?
I said that to the 911 operator.
You testified yesterday that you knew Anna was bleeding inside the apartment, correct?
I knew.
Like that she was bleeding. You testified to that,
Well, I'd seen her shot. Yeah.
right? And you still left the apartment and didn't give her any help, correct?
Oh, well, how the hell am I going to help her? I don't know. I'm not a paramedic.
You could have done something
I mean,
to help her after you shot them.
When I ran back in the second time, I was freaking. The reason why I ran back the second time is because as I was waiting for the elevator, I thought about Anna again. And I thought that she's there, she's bleeding. I wanted to go check on her again. And I did for a second think, what should I do? Should I pick her up and take her with me? But
You never did a single thing to help her inside the apartment, correct?
I didn't think I was capable of it. I didn't know how to.
You did not do a single thing to help her, right?
No.
You did not call 911 inside the apartment after you shot and killed Anna and Ray, correct?
Not immediately, no.
Right. In fact, you waited 12 minutes to call 911, correct?
But that's how long it took for me to get outside.
But you, inside the apartment, chose not to call the police or 911 or anyone else to get them help, correct?
In that moment, I didn't think about calling police. My first thought was, I need to tell somebody about this, about what just happened.
And you didn't try to give either of them CPR or any other life-saving measures, correct?
I'm not qualified in that. I don't know how to do that.
You never tried, right?
I don't know how to do that.
You testified yesterday that you saw Anna bleeding. You never even mentioned Ray bleeding, correct?
I saw him.
But you didn't care about him, correct?
I was just freaking out about my wife.
You didn't care that Ray was bleeding, correct?
Objection or asked and answered.
Sustained.
You never yelled Ray's name, correct?
No, I didn't.
You did not care at all that you had just killed him, correct?
That's incorrect.
He was with Anna, so he deserved to be shot and killed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
4 minutes after you killed Anna and Ray, you called your mom, right?
Yes.
Didn't call 911. You called your mom, right?
Yes.
You told your mom over and over again that you just shot and killed Anna, correct?
Right. I explained that I wasn't really thinking of what I was saying. I was just trying to tell her something bad really happened.
But you told her what you just did, correct?
Yeah.
You told her multiple times she's dead, referring to Anna, correct?
Right, but I did not actually know that she was dead. I was just freaking out, and I was just saying stuff because I needed my mom to know what just happened, and I didn't know what to do in that moment. I was freaking out.
You said on that recording to your mom, I'm really stressed, right?
Yeah, I did.
You just killed 2 people, but you were the one really stressed, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
You told your mom Anna was a great wife, but I couldn't take it anymore, right?
I have no idea what I meant by that.
Well, you said that, right?
I heard that, yes.
Because she was with another man, not going back to you, and you couldn't take it, correct?
I don't know if no, that's definitely not what I was saying. But what I was saying is probably along the lines of things have been so bad for so long, and this is just hard for me to take.
On the phone call with your mom, you mentioned multiple times about killing Anna, but you never said Ray's name, correct?
My mom doesn't know who Ray is. But I believe I mentioned that there was a man too, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you, after the phone call with your mom, instead of calling 911, you got on the elevator to leave, right?
Yeah, my goal was to call 911 as soon as I got to the car.
You didn't call, though, on the elevator.
No,
You just rode the elevator with Daniel, correct?
I didn't want to startle anybody. I was freaking out myself.
Well, you smiled at Daniel when you got on the elevator, right?
Right. I mean, he was pestering me with questions. He insisted to get on the elevator with me. I was telling him, like, you could see me holding the door. I'm like, no, just we'll talk later. Yes, I was smiling because I was trying to maintain somewhat of a composure.
And then you had the photo of the dead bodies on your phone, and you turned your phone away from him so he wouldn't see it, right?
That might have been the last application that was open after I hung up the phone call, but I'm not paying attention to these things.
You left the elevator through the Pinnacle, and then you exited through the Pinnacle, right?
Yeah, because it's closer to where my car is.
All right, and then you went to your car, and you put your gun in your safe, right?
I opened the trunk, and that's where my safe was, buried under all my clothes. I opened it, I removed my firearm, I took out the magazine. I believe for a second I was going to just empty out whatever was in there. I had pushed out one, and then I just decided, I don't have time for this. And then I racked it back, locked it in place, completely unloaded.
So you stood at your car, and you took the magazine out of your gun, right?
This was all so quick. I mean, it's literally...
Not asking how fast, I'm saying that's what you did. You took out the magazine out of your gun, correct?
Yes.
And then you put your gun inside the safe.
Correct.
Right? You put your magazine inside the safe.
Correct.
You took off your holster, and then you put that inside the safe.
I can't remember if I took my holster off, but maybe I would have, because it comes off very easily.
And you took all those things off to hide the evidence, right?
Objection or argumentative?
No, I was not trying to hide anything in this moment. I was just trying to remove the firearm from me.
Well, you had said that you had your firearm on you constantly for a couple days. Then why'd you take it off?
After what happened, that's the last thing I want is on me. I was just trying to...
You testified yesterday that before you left the apartment, you went over to Anna and you opened her hands, correct? That's what you said?
Yeah, I saw she was gripping something at one point, and then I took a quick peek.
You put a bag of cocaine in her hands, right?
No, I didn't.
Why would you need to manipulate her body after you killed her?
Like I said, I went to go check on her the second time. I was screaming, I was crying. I noticed that she was gripping something. I was just curious as to what she was gripping. I think I moved a finger or two, and then I saw it was just a bag.
You actually were not crying on that surveillance video, right?
When I went back into the apartment, I was screaming and crying for my wife.
When you were...
We're going to pause that testimony. So coming up, we are going to continue our coverage of this important case, this TikTok star, the murder trial for him, as the defendant is still on cross-examination. We're going to come right back. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
No way, Morgan. I can never come up with this.
We are underway in the trial of doomsday prophet Chad Daybell.
Prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty.
It's the doomsday prophet, Chad Daybell, on trial.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in-depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Our legal experts break down testimony we've heard so far in this high-profile case.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's get you back to testimony. This hour, we are tracking the case out of San Diego. This is TikTok star, the murder trial in California for Ali Abulaban. Defendant Ali Abulaban faces 2 counts of murder for shooting, as well as killing his estranged wife and her friend back in 2021. Abulaban is on the stand testifying in his own defense. You haven't missed a minute, so let's get you back into court.
What you did, that you shot and killed Anna. You were not crying, correct?
No, because I was in the outside space. Again, I'm thinking about trying not to freak anybody out or cause a scene, but you could clearly hear the distress in my voice.
But you are not crying. That was my question.
Not when I'm talking to my mom, no.
All right. You left the building at 3:07 p.m., and then 2 minutes later, you texted the photograph of the dead bodies to your mom, correct?
Yeah.
And you texted separately the 2 photos of the dead bodies to your dad, correct?
It's the same photo. I texted it to my mom, dad. And
Right. But you did those separately, correct?
It was two separate people.
Yep. So you consciously made the decision to go onto your phone and send the first photo to your mom, correct?
Yes.
And then you made the conscious decision to then send the same photo separately to your dad, right?
I did. I wanted them to know the severity of what just took place. I wanted them to know that I'm not joking. I'm not talking about a TikTok video, which I think my dad, at one point, he was wondering, he's like, is that fake? Or he's asking me if this is a video am I talking about. Because it just so happened to be my sister's birthday and they were at a dinner.
Objection, non-responsive. You separately and consciously texted the dead body photo to your dad, correct?
Yeah.
And then 5 minutes later, you separately texted the photo of the dead bodies to Sammy Smith, correct?
That's correct.
And you made that conscious decision to do that, correct?
Yeah, my intention was to tell these people, okay, so like to let my parents know what just took place, right? I'm their son. I was also at this point thinking about my daughter and who's going to grab her. I needed their help.
I'm asking about your text to Sammy.
Yes, but with Sammy, the reason why I had just threw him into that was because he was one of the recent texts, and I was planning to move in with him that day. I was supposed to hit the road that day, and remember I told him, I said, don't tell Anna, don't contact her. So I had not said anything up until this point, and in my frenzy or in my stupid mind in that moment, I sent it to him kind of as like, plans changed. Looks like I'm not coming to LA. Like, I won't be coming to LA.
You were bragging about what you did, right?
No, because he texted back, he's like, oh my God, please tell me that's not real. And if I wanted to brag, I would have been like, hell yeah. I didn't respond to him.
You called 911 at 3:10 p.m., right?
I'm sorry?
At 3:10 p.m., you called 911, right?
When I got to my Jeep.
Yep, that was your voice on the call we heard in court, right?
Yes.
And you already on that call started planning a defense for yourself, right?
Say it again?
You started planning a defense for yourself, right?
No, my main priority was to alert the police and to send them to the right location to send paramedics in an attempt to save their lives.
You called 911 and you were calm at the beginning of the call, correct?
Again, this is me just trying to be calm.
And you told the 911 dispatcher that you had just found your wife and another man shot, correct?
I did. That's just what came out. I didn't anticipate having to make a 911 call that day. I didn't anticipate. I didn't know, like, should I say it now or because in the other, I'm thinking about Anna, I'm thinking about Ray, but I'm also thinking about Amira alone in school. I didn't know somebody was scheduled to pick her up. I thought Anna was going to do that. So my mind is, I need a little time. I just need to go coordinate with my parents and fix the Amira situation.
You already started lying on the 911 call, correct?
I wasn't fully truthful, yes. But I wasn't trying to hide anything.
You said to the 911 dispatcher that it was so horrible just finding them, correct?
I said that I couldn't breathe at the sight of it, which is very true, especially when I went in the second time.
You didn't tell the 911 operator that what you had done was the horrible thing, correct?
I did not mention that I had did it, yes.
And you were asking them to help your wife, but you already knew she was dead, right?
I did not know she's dead. I did not check anyone's pulse.
You took a photograph and stayed in the apartment of the two, and saw the two bodies. They were not moving, right?
No.
They had bullet wounds to their heads, correct?
Right.
You knew they were dead, right?
I did not know that they were dead. But I knew that they were badly wounded.
You did not call 911 to turn yourself in, correct?
No, not the first time I called. I was not trying to turn myself in just yet. I wanted to see.
First time you called, you didn't call again, right?
No, I didn't, because I was trying to drop off my daughter at a safe location. I was.
Well, you just said you were insinuating that you called the second time, but you didn't, right?
No, I meant the first time I called, the only time I called. I'll correct myself. The only time I called was to get to the bottom of it, to get them help. I had full intentions of turning myself in. I have nowhere else to run. I just wanted to secure the safe drop-off of my daughter.
You did not call the police after you made the 911 call to turn yourself in, right?
I would have had I dropped off my daughter.
You did not,
I
correct?
did not.
You drove straight to Amira's school to pick her up, right?
Correct.
And you drove just fine from the Spire to her school, right?
I actually ran a few red lights.
But you drove just fine. You didn't get into any collisions, right?
I didn't crash, but I was freaking out.
And you told us that you took some bumps of cocaine that day, but you were completely fine to be driving, right?
My vision was very blurred. It was like, you know, when the vision just, I was not in a good condition to drive, which is why I didn't even think I was capable of making the commute to drop off my daughter.
So you picked up your daughter after using cocaine? And then
No,
you drove with her?
I was using cocaine. Look, there were so many.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes, I used cocaine because I was trying to cope with all this. What's going on? This is very hard.
You told us the other day that you do some cocaine and then 10 to 15 minutes later it's worn off, right?
No, I said typically speaking, the effects start to wear off, and that's usually when you'll do a bump to rejuvenate it back up. But it doesn't mean you're fully sober.
It had been way more than 15 minutes since you used cocaine to the time you shot Ann and Ray, correct?
No, I was doing coke on the drive there.
It was way more than 15 minutes after you used cocaine to the time that you shot and killed Ann and Ray, right?
I can't confirm that. But I was doing cocaine actively the whole entire day, and I was also more high and more agitated and more mentally disturbed than I've ever been.
There was no cocaine found in your hotel room, right?
No, I took the bag with me.
There was no cocaine found in your car, right?
I disposed the bag at the school.
So you loaded Amira into your car and you were smiling, right?
No, it's incorrect.
You heard testimony about you picking Amira up and you were smiling,
Yes,
right?
I know Julia said that. I did not know she was even seeing me there, but first I went to the window where there's a staff. And I said, there's an emergency, I need to pick up my daughter. I was on the phone with my dad on speaker the whole time.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm trying to explain the situation.
Trying to explain. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm just, she said I was smiling, so I just wanted to say, it took a pretty decent amount of time for them to get Amira. And they also had told me, well, somebody else is scheduled to pick her up. This is strange. I'm like, look, I don't know anything about that. Just please give me Amira. I'm on the phone with my dad. We're trying to figure out something, what to do. Eventually, they bring Amira out. I don't want to scare my daughter. I don't want to startle her. So I was trying to be cordial. I was trying to stay focused. But I wasn't even able to do that because as soon as I was holding her hand and we're walking, the first thing out of her mouth is, "Where's Mom?" And that really hurt me. It really, I couldn't keep my composure at that. I was like, "No, Amira, please don't ask me about Mom right now. Please don't ask me about, let's just get in the car." And then I put her in the car seat.
You told Amira that you killed her mother, correct?
I did not.
She knew that you killed her mother, correct?
I did not, and she did not know.
You were bragging about what you did to your child, correct?
Objection, the state's testimony is to child and argumentative.
You can answer.
I had not anticipated to tell her anything. I just wanted to drop her off. But it wasn't until I saw that the police were following me and I chose to pull over. I knew that this was probably going to be the last time I see my daughter for a long time. And I didn't want her to go without knowing what would happen. So I just said the nicest way possible that wouldn't scare her, that wouldn't damage her. I said, "Amira, I hurt Mommy, and I have to go now."
You heard the social worker testify that
As we continue to listen to this cross-examination, we do want to pause for a moment and bring in two guests for this hour. Joining us right now, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. It's so nice to see both of you. It's been quite a while because we have been out here covering this Daybell trial in Idaho, but we do want to talk with you about this case that we have been watching in San Diego. And Marie, I do want to start with you because this is one of these heat of passion cases. So we're seeing the defendant on the stand right now on cross, really trying to explain his actions. He's doing a lot of talking. How do you think it's going so far?
It's not going well for him. It's not just a heat of passion. It's a premeditated murder, and the questions that are being asked by this prosecutor is showing just that. He planned it. He put a bug in her house through the iPad. He knew what he was going to encounter. He went there to murder them. He staged the body. He took photographs. It has a malice element to it, too, because he didn't really care about them. Everything this guy is saying is I this, I that. He's not taking accountability. He's blaming the victim. And the sad part is, it's a little girl who's going to be without two parents. He's a domestic abuser. He's a misogynist. And I'll hand it over to Philip now because I could go on and on with this.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the domestic abuse that already existed in their relationship. They kind of had a volatile relationship. Well, they did. And so now we're hearing the defendant on the stand just trying to explain things, what took place. He lost his mind when he came in the room. Philip, what's your take so far in this case?
Well, to be honest with you, I think he's a bit of a self-absorbed hothead, frankly. And I think that's how he's coming off to the jury. I think his legal problem, to be fair, is the provocation aspect. I don't believe that the law or the facts show that he was legally provoked. In other words, I think that the evidence shows that there was enough of a cooling off period before that, between the time of the purported provocation and the actual killing, where he could then be excused from a first or a second degree murder. I think at best what he might hope for is that the voluntary intoxication could negate the premeditation and deliberation to kill, and what that would land him is 2 counts of second-degree murder by firearm. But unfortunately, those are both tantamount to a life sentence. That would be 80 years to life. So in the end, it's sort of a free trial where his defense won't really net him much. But his attorney is doing a fantastic job, and shout out to the San Diego public defenders because they are in fact representing him. She's doing a bang-up job.
All right, Marie and Philip, thank you so much for your great insight this hour. Stick around. We're going to come back with you a little bit later. But coming up here on Court TV, the cross-examination in San Diego does continue, and you won't want to miss a moment. This is Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Before we get you back into court in San Diego, a quick update on our next live trial. This is called the Missing Stepdaughter Trial. Day 2 of jury selection is underway for defendant Christopher Palmer. He faces 1 count of failure to report a missing child relating to the disappearance of 11-year-old Madalena Kojikari. Palmer's wife, Diana, who is Madalena's mother, has already pleaded guilty to the same charge. Now, she was sentenced to time served for the 17 months that she was in custody. Here's what she said when asked about Madalena after being released from jail.
Is Madalena safe right now?
Do you know where she is?
It's okay. I hope so. Come on.
Search warrants revealed Diana Kojikari believed that Palmer gave Madalena away for money, while their family alleges she was a victim of human trafficking. We will continue to update you on the progress of this trial throughout the day. Now, let's get you back to California, where once TikTok star Ali Abulaban, is testifying in his own defense. He is accused of double murder, and he's facing cross-examination right now by the state. So why don't we go ahead and get you back into court there in San Diego, California.
You talked to your mom and dad on the phone in front of a mirror in the car, correct?
Oh, by the way, my mother is the one who told Amira that.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike. My question was, you talked to your mom and dad on the phone in front of a mirror, correct?
No, I did not talk to my mom in front of Amira. I was on the phone with my dad at that point.
You had full conversations with both your parents after you shot and killed Ann and Ray, right?
I was on the phone with speaker, and at that point, I had already explained sort of what happened before Amira was even in the picture. So there was no reason for me and my father to talk about what happened. We were just discussing. He wanted to make sure that Amira was safe, I was safe, and that I'm heading to drop her off at the location.
My question was, you had full conversations back and forth with both your parents, right?
Not in the presence of Amira.
I'm just asking you in general. You had full conversations with them, correct?
I was talking to them, yes.
And then you had a full text message conversation with your mother about arranging where to meet her with Amira, correct?
Yeah. At first, I reached out to my mom, and she told me to reach out to my dad. So I was kind of like talking to them both to see who could get here first.
What
and
I'm
what's the
asking
best
you
way.
about is the text messages. You had a full text message conversation with your mom while you're in the car driving away from Amira's school, right?
No, I was not even talking to my mom at that point, I don't believe. I was talking to my dad, and I was not texting.
You saw all the text messages that I showed, both with the detective and with your mother, about the conversation you had with her, correct?
She was texting me about like meeting in LA or something like that, and I don't even remember seeing that because I'm trying to focus on the road.
You know those are text messages from your phone, correct?
Yes, but it doesn't mean I looked at them or...
But you sent them, correct?
I'm not exactly sure when I sent what. I don't know what we're talking about specifically, but I was actively texting my mom and dad throughout this.
You texted your mom that you cannot hide with Amira forever, correct?
Yeah, because I think she suggested for me to go to LA, and then so her commute from Vegas was already 5 hours, and it would be 5 hours for me to go to LA. I'm thinking, I can't hold Amira this long. I knew I had to turn myself in. I was not trying to flee or hide.
But what you said was, I cannot hide with Amira forever. That's what you texted your mom, correct?
That's the choice of words that I chose. I don't understand why. I'm sorry.
And you texted your mom, I want to leave, correct?
Yeah, I want to leave. Like, I need to turn myself in.
No, you texted, I want to leave, meaning San Diego, correct?
I don't recall what I meant by that, no.
Because you were leaving San Diego to go drop Amira off in either LA or Vegas or some other location, correct?
No. The commute that my father had texted me was my stepmother's brother, and it was only an hour away. So it might have been Oceanside. It might have been still a part of San Diego. I don't mean to leave the state or I wasn't trying to flee.
But that's what you said, I want to leave.
Meaning I have to get going. Like I can't keep sitting deciding, should I meet here? Should I meet there? Am I going to meet with dad? I need to know, where am I going here? Because I need to leave. That's what I'm saying.
You did not call to turn yourself in, correct?
No, because I hadn't finished securing my
The
daughter.
police were behind you, and then you were eventually arrested, right?
I immediately pulled over and I was arrested.
And you made a comment very calmly, did they get my wife?
At some point during my arrest, I was asking for an update about if the paramedics had arrived, yes.
But you already knew she was dead, correct?
No.
And you told the officers that the gun was in a safe in your trunk, right?
Correct.
That was the same gun you used to kill Ann and Ray, right?
I have only one gun.
And you testified yesterday that you said, oh, did they take her to the hospital? You never heard that on the recording, right?
When I said that, I was referring to, I asked Detective Leahy during during the interview. I think that's what I
You
asked him.
said that happened on the recording. You said it's on the recording, that's what I said after being arrested, right?
I don't remember verbatim what I said, but I said something along the lines of, did they get her or did they get her help? I was referring to hospital treatment. So I don't remember the exact words, I'm sorry.
You were interviewed by social worker Jacaranda Lee with Child Welfare Services a few days after your arrest, right?
I was
Yes, you were.
a child services worker?
You met with a social worker with Child Welfare Services. She came and talked to you, right?
I don't recall this.
You don't recall it? Okay, I'm going to show you the service log from the Health and Human Services Agency. Review this statement and let me know if this refreshes your memory. Start down here on October 22nd, 2021.
And coming up, we are going to be continuing our coverage of our TikTok star that we've been watching out in San Diego, California, as the defendant is still on the stand for cross-examination. You won't want to miss a minute of this. We're coming right back. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
Monday morning.
The ultimate betrayals.
Every episode of Accomplice to Murder.
Spell was broken when the handcuffs went click.
Friends and family turning on each other.
What he was willing to do for $1 million.
But just who is the puppet?
She was a master manipulator.
And who's pulling the strings?
Accomplice to Murder with Vinnie Politan. Memorial Day Marathon. Starting Monday morning, 8/7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's get you back to testimony. What we are watching so far this afternoon is this trial out of San Diego, California, of the TikTok star. Defendant Ali Abulaban faces 2 counts of murder for shooting and killing his estranged wife and her friend. This was back in 2021. Abulaban is on the stand right now. He is facing cross-examination, so you haven't missed a minute. So let's get you back into court.
You want me to read this whole thing?
Does this refresh your memory about having a meeting with the social worker on October 22nd, 2021?
I don't recall this meeting, but I'm not denying that it happened.
But it happened, correct?
Sure.
And you told Miss Lee, when she asked you about prior domestic violence with Anna, you told her there was only 1 prior domestic violence incident, right?
Is that after where I said I stated I wished it didn't happen?
I'm asking what you told her. She asked you about domestic violence, and you told her there was only 1 prior incident of violence on Anna, correct?
This is a very long report. I don't remember the details of what I spoke about. I'm not denying these things, but let's just go with it.
Take your time to read it.
This is like, I don't... Where's the domestic violence part? Can you help me, please? The father asked this. The father stated.
I have that. Thank you. In interpersonal violence, it says, when asked about prior domestic violence, the father stated there had been 1 prior incident.
Okay.
Correct? That's what you told her.
Sure.
So you lied to her, correct?
Yeah, I'm not going to flaunt how many times I've done it. I don't see the need to do that with the social worker, somebody I don't know.
She was asking you questions and telling you to be truthful, right?
I don't recall if she told me to be truthful, but I'm not going to flaunt an exact number. I don't even know the exact number.
It's a lot, right?
Okay, I gave you that one.
Miss Lee asked you if you suffered any abuse as a child, and you denied any abuse or neglect as a child, correct?
What is the date of this again?
I'm asking you a question. She asked you if you suffered any abuse as a child, and your response was you denied any abuse, correct?
This was the day after, right? This is October 22nd?
Mr. Abulaban, you cannot ask me questions.
I understand. I'm just trying to think out loud.
On October 22nd, 2021, Miss Lee asked you if you have ever suffered abuse as a child, and you denied any abuse, correct?
If that's what it says.
That's what you said, right? You denied
I don't
it.
recall this entire interview, and I was still recovering. I was still in my state of mind. I was still in a dark place.
You told Miss Lee that you didn't tell Amira what you did to Anna, correct?
That I didn't?
That you did not tell her.
Yes.
And that was another lie, because you did tell Amira what you did, right?
No, I didn't tell her I shot Mommy. I told her I hurt Mommy. So maybe that's what I was meant.
And you said to Miss Lee that your gun is always hidden from Amira, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you have shown Amira your gun before, correct?
No, actually, I was cleaning my gun one day in my bedroom, and Amira walked in, and she said, "What's that?"
And you begged her to hold your gun, right?
No. I had the pistol grip, which is just the handle part. It was completely disattached. The whole gun was unassembled. And I jokingly said, "Here, you want to hold it?" I said, "But make sure you never touch this." When she said no, I said, "Well, yeah, you're not supposed to touch this."
You told your child to hold your gun, correct?
No, I did not.
And she did not want to because she wanted to be safe, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, call for
Sustained.
You have, after October 21st of 2021, you bragged about killing Anna and Ray, correct? Don't look at your attorney. Answer my question.
I was just seeing if she was going to object. I'm sorry.
You bragged about killing Anna and Ray, correct?
Did I?
You told inmate Brian Edwards that you killed your bitch and the man she was with, correct?
Who is Brian Edwards?
You said that to Brian Edwards, correct?
I'm gonna have to, can we talk? Because I don't know what this is about. We're talking about inmates now, like an informant? What's going on? We've never had this
Mr.
conversation.
Abulaban, answer my question. You told an inmate, Brian Edwards, that you killed your bitch and the man he was with.
No, I did not.
With,
I did not. Do you have audio recording of this?
I'm asking you.
I did not say that. You would have brought this up if it was real. This would have been an exhibit.
I want to talk to you about some statements that you made on December 1st, 2022 to Dr. Lehman. Remember meeting with her?
Ooh, okay. Well, still with us, Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Philip, I was really riveted by what he was saying there on the stand on cross-examination and how he was asked about something that someone in jail that he was with said. And he is saying that that is not true. He asked if there's audio recording of it. If it was true, there'd be an exhibit about it, but there wasn't. I don't know. What did you think about that?
Well, he was taken off script. I'm sure his attorney sat him down and walked him through what to expect, what was going to be asked of him on direct and on cross. And then once in a while, you're going to have to pivot and dodge a curveball. And that's exactly what this was. There was a monkey wrench where he was taken off script and he didn't have an answer. And now what does he do? He comes back with his own questions. And he's an emotionally immature, almost infantilized type man who was seemingly babied, seems like most of his adolescent, if not adult life, and is accustomed to getting his own way. And he feels like that even from the witness stand, he can call the shots and try to navigate and commandeer counsel, and it just doesn't work that way. And I think it's coming off as being rather surly and churlish to the jury. And if he's not careful, this young man's looking at LWOP, life without parole. He's got to knock it off, you know? If he doesn't remember something, there's nothing wrong with looking at the jury and looking at counsel and saying, I don't remember, I don't know. I don't know. And then counsel can always refresh his recollection with whatever they have. If they have a recording, if they have a transcript of any what we call Perkins operations that may have gone on in the jail cell with a plant or a cellie, if you will, refresh his recollection that way. But he should not be getting combative because the jury's taken it all in.
Yeah, Philip, great points. He is getting combative. Even when he was trying to look through something, he's like, can you help me? I can't find it. You could tell he kind of tried to tone it down a little bit, but I'm sure the jurors are not reacting very well to his behavior on the stand.
Yeah.
Philip Dubé, thank you so much for joining us this hour. Coming up, Judge Ashley is going to take over, and that's going to do it for me here in Boise, at least for this hour. We're, of course, going to be back on reporting on the Chad Daybell trial as things wrap up here in Idaho, but we'll be back on later on tonight with Vili Politan. This is Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice. Stick with us.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you today. Before we get you back into court, here's a look at what cases we are following this hour. In Idaho, we are monitoring the Doomsday Prophet murder trial as the defense has rested their case for the defendant, Chad Daybell. But this hour, we are in California for the TikTok star murder trial. I can't even turn away from this case. Defendant Ali Abulaban faces 2 counts of murder for shooting and killing his estranged wife and her friend back in 2021. We know he did it, but he is saying it was due to mental health issues as well as drug addiction. Before we go back into Court TV anchor Julia Janae has a refresher on the case.
October 21st, 2021, police respond to a shooting at a San Diego high-rise apartment building. 28-year-old Anna Abulaban and her friend Rayburn Ray Barron were killed. Her estranged husband, 29-year-old Ali Abulaban, was placed under arrest.
Detectives say video shows Ali going to his estranged wife's apartment, followed by the sound of 6 gunshots.
Ali Abulaban was a rising social media star with more than 1 million followers on TikTok and Instagram. Many of his posts featured his impression of Al Pacino in Scarface.
Can you please say hello to my little friend? Okay, I play with you. Do I play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
His wife Anna was often featured in his posts.
Scarface one.
Okay. I you, man. I want you to be the love of my life.
The Abulabans had recently moved to San Diego from Virginia, so Ali could advance his career.
Once they moved here, her social life flourished, but then he messed it up. And Anna was going out on her own, and that's when he really lost his mind.
Ali's cousin said the couple had separated, and Ali had moved out of the apartment.
I said, what are you going to do? You're living in a motel now. Like, what are you going to do? What are your plans? He goes, oh, me and Anna, we're still together. She's just trying to make me suffer a little bit.
Prosecutors say Anna had changed the locks, but Ali managed to get into the apartment. He put a listening app on his daughter's iPad and was spying on his wife. In a jail interview with KSWB, Ali described the day he came upon his estranged wife with another man.
I see her kissing Ray on my couch with his feet on my table. With my I'm living my apartment, my life, in the house that my daughter's living in, on the furniture that I put together. How do you expect a man to feel?
According to the medical examiner, Anna and Ray were each shot in the face at close range. Ali broke down during the preliminary hearing when the autopsy photos were shown. His defense team says the incident happened in a heat of passion, but prosecutors say it was premeditated.
You think I wanted that? Or I found your daughter? I wanted it? Who the is you?
Mr. Mr. Abulaban, I need you to stop. Mr. Abulaban, I need you to stop.
Ali Abulaban has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. If he's convicted, he could be sentenced to life in prison.
All right, I want to welcome my guest for this hour, Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Philip, always great to be on with you, and now you and I have some time to talk, because I just have to say, I can't turn away. And I feel like saying, get off the stand. Why did you decide to be on the stand? I think he's hurting himself. But it's also because I find him to be just an immature whiner about his life. I don't take away from some of the things maybe he's gone through, but it's not enough for me. I feel that he's the perpetrator, that there was domestic violence at his hands against his wife, who he then ended up shooting. I have no sympathy, but I also don't see that there's enough to get him out of first-degree murder.
I don't either. I truly don't. I think the best he can hope for is that the jury cuts him a break on the premeditation. This is the best, based on some type of undiagnosed mental health history, substance use, and of course the heat of passion that he claims excited and roused him when he realized what was happening between Anna and Ray. But all that would net really is downgrading the first degree by negating the premeditation to second degree. But coupled with the firearm use enhancement for both counts, he's still looking at 80 to life. You know, I was saying on the previous block that it's almost like a free trial, because chances are they didn't offer him anything to settle with an offer of anything short of life in prison. You know, maybe one count of murder and you'll be up for parole maybe in 25 or 30 years, and he turned it down, or maybe there was no offer on the table. But he is clearly an emotionally stunted man, almost, we call it in the literature, infantilized. You know, he's no kid anymore. He's probably, what, in his early 30s, behaving like just emotionally immature in open court. You saw him in the pretrial proceedings going off. I don't know if it's a product of just immaturity or if it's psychosis, but it would appear it could be a hybrid, and what it could get him is the second degree. Best case is voluntary manslaughter, but that is an uphill battle.
And you know, in my experience and watching which defendants, which parties choose to speak and don't, he to me is the kind of defendant who, it doesn't matter what the advice is, he is going to be heard. He is telling his story. It's all about him, him, him. But there was something done on cross-examination that I thought was pretty smart, and that is when the state started asking about the 5 minutes when after he parked, before he got on the elevator, when he had the gun. Then he had 3 minutes in the elevator before he got to where Anna and Ray were inside. I think those really help a jury understand those are amounts of times that really could be cooling off periods where he could choose to walk away, but he chose to keep going forward knowing he did have a gun. Even if he says, I didn't intend to use it, he knew he had it on him, and he had those periods of time where he didn't turn around.
Exactly. And the test is going to be under the law for provocation. Would a reasonable person of average disposition have cooled off? You know, I mean, that's basically the test. A reasonable person, not a reasonable Ali, not a reasonable drug addict, not a reasonable abuser, but a reasonable person of average disposition. Would they have cooled off? They've got the gun, they've got the ammo, they've got the firepower, and what they have to go through to leave that in their possession, get out of the car, enter the building, go all the way up in an elevator, get inside the unit, and then blast them both. And from what I understand from the evidence, it's not as if that when he went in that they were in an intimate position. It appeared to be, I wouldn't necessarily call it platonic. There was obviously some type of a relationship going on, but nothing to say, I have caught you now red-handed in the sack with another man. So I think an average man of average disposition might say that he crossed the line and that he doesn't get the benefit of downgrading first-degree murder to manslaughter or first-degree murder to second-degree murder. I think, this is an uphill battle for him. I do.
I do too. So let's listen, though, to a little bit of what he had to say on direct examination about what he couldn't believe after the shooting occurred, as well as how he then described it on cross.
When I saw that it was him, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the betrayal. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me, to our daughter. And then before I could stop myself, I just snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop. I'm just shooting, and I'm even startled. It's like I'm watching it happen. I'm like I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it, and I hear Anna screaming and crying. And I don't even remember shooting Anna. I just remember running back to the front door, and I grabbed the door handle, and then it hit me. I'm like, did that just happen?
On September 15, 2021, it was okay for you to be sexual with Miss Sanchez, right? You did it.
So that's two questions. You said, is it okay? And did I do it? Whether or not it's okay, it's not okay. But to my understanding, Anna kept telling me to go see other people that were not together, and I argued against it. She continuously confused me about the situation of our marriage, and I was alone. I'm responding. I'm responding.
I just find him so rude. He doesn't answer questions other than what he wants to talk about. And then he talks and talks and talks, and he keeps asking the attorney, where's the exhibit? That should have been an exhibit. I digress because that really wasn't my point. But every time I watch him, I get frustrated by him. So my question for you is this. If you just take those two little clips of testimony, especially on direct when he's talking about he snapped and he didn't know what was going on, I think in and of itself, that tiny little piece could be perceived as, okay, this could have been heat of passion.
Except all the planning that led up to it. If he would have just walked in on them unarmed, what would he have done? Maybe shoved them, grabbed something, thrown at them, you know, yelled, screamed, maybe grabbed a knife. That would show that you clearly were acting out of, unprepared passion, if you will. And you know, you never know how you're going to react under the circumstances. But the fact that he brought all that firepower with him, it suggests that he was going there to ambush them because he knew they were there. He had the audio on the iPad listening to the two of them in that apartment. It's as if he wanted to go there and blast them away and have the last word and think that he could get away with it because he snapped, you know, or I have a drug problem. You know, or I was abused as a child. I didn't get attention as a child. I was infantilized. I was babied. And therefore, I can get on the stand and tell my jury that, and they can cut me loose. It doesn't work that way under the law because our case law is pretty clear that a defendant asserting heat of passion, sudden quarrel in a homicide cannot set his own standard for passions, excitement, and arousal when arguing that his charge should be reduced from a murder to a manslaughter. The standard is based on well-established statutory and decisional law. He can't create it as he goes along.
Whew, and he does create it as he goes along. All right, Philip, stay with us, please. We are going to get an update from sentencing in the fugitive wife murder trial for the defendant, Beverly McCallum. That's up next on the other side of this short break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, the defense rests today in the Doomsday Prophet murder trial. Our legal experts break down how both sides are preparing for their closing arguments to this jury before deliberations begin.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
We'll get you back into court in just a moment, but first, here's an update on the fugitive wife murder trial. Defendant Beverly McCallum was sentenced 40 to 60 years for second-degree murder. McCallum was convicted by a jury earlier this month, stemming from the murder of Roberto Caraballo. His remains were discovered partially inside and outside of a metal footlocker near a blueberry field. The defendant's daughter spoke at her sentencing, and here is what she told the judge ahead of the sentence.
I have a statement I'm gonna try to get through, and if not, I know Doug has my back, so. Your Honor, Judge Janice Cunningham, my name is Cicely Igwe Alexandria Caravaggio. It is through one of the worst imaginable experiences that I appeared to you today as the daughter of the victim, Roberto Caravaggio, and also the daughter of the convicted. This is a day I was never sure would come. A day that has been relentlessly on my mind since 2015. I am grateful for the detectives and the prosecutors who have spent even longer continuously working to bring justice for my father. I am grateful for Your Honor, Judge Cunningham, and the people of the jury for your rationality and unprejudiced handling of this case. It is through all your combined efforts that I can only begin to peacefully mourn my father, Roberto Caravaggio. Since detectives showed up at my door in October 2016, I have not spoken directly to my mother. Despite her ill will and disgraceful parenting, I am here to face her today as a human you cannot take credit for. It is through what I can only describe as the grace from God that I was able to discern the life that I wanted to lead, despite the hand that I was dealt. I am a proud mother, a partner, sister, friend, and veteran to our country. May these next words make their way to what was once the soul of my mother. This will be the last time that you see me in the flesh and the last time you hear my voice in the same room. While I do not expect empathy or regret from you, I am compelled to speak my truth for my own peace and to be rid of you from this day forward. As the mother of two beautiful children, I cannot fathom your hatred and your greed and lifetime of terrible actions you've committed. To your family, to your own family, and all those you've ever lured into your presence. You have taken the life of a beloved man who was striving to improve himself for his own well-being and for his own daughter. Visiting my father's home in the Dominican Republic to meet his family and his childhood friends revealed a striking contrast to what I know is the truth on your end. Roberto Alejandro Caravaggio was dearly loved and respected by many. And his memory continues to be cherished and missed by all who knew him, even now. In this victim impact statement, I wanted to highlight how your actions do not stop at the loss of my father. My family as a whole has endured profound suffering at your hands. My eldest sister, Deneen Rochelle Ducharme, who was born with so much God-given potential to be an amazing, successful human, is now going to rot her life away in prison, not only due to her own choices, but also your lifetime of unspeakable control, manipulation, and abuse. My second sister, Tasha, who somehow still tries to love you, still answers your phone calls because she pities you for being lonely and being in jail. She tries to love you. She still bears the scars on her body and her mind that you've left her. Her heart forever seeks the love of a family that we were never given. And I know that search all too well. My baby brother, he passed away unexpectedly in 2022. He was left in a different country at 16 years old. What kind of mother are you? I was not able to hold him or say goodbye since you ripped him from our lives when he was just 12 years old. It is unfortunate that you are our mother. My baby brother stood with me and he knew you had to face justice. He told me to do what I had to do for my father, and we agreed not to bring you up in conversation. We focused on our relationship. But my journey into motherhood has and always will be guided by the vision of what little Cicely deserved. Little Cicely deserved a loving family. She deserved stability, and she deserved parents who wanted to be their better selves. Despite these devastations, I have found comfort in the fact that you are not my only parent. Regardless of your attempts to manipulate an unhealthy loyalty with your children, I managed to distance myself and limit your access to me. I know now that you were not my only chance at a family. I created my family, and I've reunited with the family that my father left and gave to me. While you may have created my own family, sorry, I messed up my words. Disregard that last one. While you may have taken my father's life, you will have no hand in his legacy. I am his legacy. My children are his legacy, and his legacy will live on through us. Your legacy will end with you, Beverly. I want to remember my father's life and his love. Now that I hold what is left in his remains, Beverly, no longer resting in an unmarked grave, I plan to give my father a proper farewell by returning his remains to his homeland, where they will rest alongside his mother's grave in eternity. I express deep gratitude to all those who have supported me. My father's integrity, it will never be forgotten. Your Honor, as you deliberate my mother's sentencing, please consider the irreparable harm she has inflicted to those closest to her. Her merciless actions stripped my father from a second chance. and tore away loved ones from both sides of our family. Justice must be served not only for my father, but for those who have forever been changed by her ruthless actions. I formally request restitution and intend to utilize all proceeds to help support children of murdered parents. Thank you. Sorry.
Still with us, Philip Dubé. Philip, an understatement to say what a remarkable young woman. She testified during the guilt phase, and she was remarkable then and now. To hear her denounce her mother and also didn't ever call her mother, called her Beverly. This was one of the strongest, best victim impact statements I've seen by a young lady that has done everything for herself, no thanks to her mother.
It was a gripping, mellifluous expression of utter torment and grief. And it was palpable, not just through the airwaves, but I'm sure in that courtroom, and hopefully just vestiges of it affected Beverly McCallum, because in the end, that's what it's designed to do. She is allowed to express not just to the court, but to the defendant, the grief and the impact that that murder had on her and her family, her next of kin. And I think she did it eloquently. I mean, the words just rolled right off her tongue, almost like a poet, like a master author. It was superb, honestly. And at some point, I almost forgot that we were in a courtroom listening to a victim impact statement. It almost felt like I was listening to a Shakespearean monologue that was so unrehearsed and so naturally flowing. Good for her. I really hope that it helped her cleanse her spirit and helped her purge all the negative thoughts and the grief that she went through at the hands of that mother.
So well said, Philip, and I agree with you. It was like a reading, and I too kind of came out of it and said, wait a minute, what are we talking about here? It was just that well done. I want to listen together, though, to some of what the judge had to say after the sentencing portion, victim impact, was done, and what she said.
I feel I would be remiss if I didn't point out that you couldn't even listen to your daughter today. You turned and said to the deputy, "Can I leave?" I don't even know what to say to that. Other than it shows that you have no remorse, no sympathy, and definitely no love.
How sad is that? I want to repeat a little bit of what the judge just said, a little hard to hear simply because of the audio, but you didn't even listen to your daughter today. You turned and said to the deputy, "Can I leave?" And a finding, therefore, there was no sympathy, no remorse, and again, 40 to 60 years for the sentence for the murder of the father of Cicely. Tell me what you think of the judge saying that, because I think I agree.
Oh, no, she was spot on. I mean, look, at the one moment in time where it really mattered for her to show just one morsel of decency and compassion and remorse was now. She is now sitting before the gavel that carries the bang of life in prison. And what did she do? She defied it. Now, on the other hand, I will say, to be fair to her, I think she has her own internal demons and her own physical problems. I think she's disabled and wheelchair bound and quite immobile. And she might also be heavily medicated and sedated right now, where she can't even think straight herself, and it might be unfair for the judge to hold that against her. But her counsel should be asserting that on her behalf, and I'm just speculating that that's even the case. But I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But if we're really honest, even 20 years would have been a life sentence for Beverly because of her age. And I don't think the judge had any discretion to go below that anyway, and just figured you might as well give her the max. And she used the lack of remorse at that instant hearing to justify it.
And a reminder that Roberto was beaten, burned, and stuffed in a metal box where he was left for many years before he was found. So certainly there are egregious facts, and the jury did convict her, obviously, which is why we are now at the sentencing. All right, stand by. Coming up next, the cross-examination. Let's switch gears, go back to the defendant, Ali Abulaban, and that cross-examination is expected to resume any moment. Of course, we'll get you back into the courtroom after the break. Stay with us, Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Com.
A developing story that we are tracking here this afternoon at Court TV. Masters champion and world #1 golfer Scottie Scheffler ended up in jail last week, and today Louisville police held a press conference about the incident. They also released video of the aftermath of the incident. Scheffler drove past the scene of a fatal accident, which had delayed the start of the golf tournament. An officer reportedly screamed at him to stop and then grabbed onto the car until Scheffler stopped about 10 yards later. He was removed from his vehicle, put in cuffs, and placed inside the patrol car. The golfer's attorney spoke after today's police press conference and had this to say about the case.
Our position's the same as it was last Friday. Scotty Scheffler didn't do anything wrong. We're not interested in settling the case. We will either try it or it'll be dismissed. It's very simple. All the evidence that continues to come out just continues to support what Scotty said all along. This was a chaotic situation and a miscommunication, and he didn't do anything wrong.
Were you expecting it to be dropped today?
I've been doing this 30 years. I don't expect anything. We're prepared to litigate the case if need to. If we don't need to, fine, but our position remains the same. It will either be dismissed or we'll go to trial.
Why do you think that Mike O'Connell went to court the other day?
I can't speculate on anybody else's reasoning. As they said, we'll let the process play out. My role in the process is to represent Scotty Scheffler, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. Nothing has changed since my comment last Friday. He didn't do anything wrong. We will go to trial, or the case will be dismissed. We have no interest in settling the case. There's no discussions regarding that. We're prepared to litigate it as need be.
A strong position to take, either litigate it or dismiss it, no other options. An internal investigation found the detective who initially confronted Scheffler violated department police policy by turning off his body cam. Of course, we'll continue to follow any more updates in this case. Now, we want to get you back to California. If you've been watching along, it is something you cannot turn away from because this defendant, Ali Abulaban, has been on the stand. He had a very long direct examination and then was in cross-examination while they took a break. And now the attorneys are making arguments before the judge. We're going to take you back in to the beginning of the argument, something about calls made from the jail or a conversation in the jail. Let's go back in and find out.
The question was posed to my client about him bragging to an inmate named Brian Edwards about having killed his bitch and either the man she was with or her boyfriend. This information was turned over to the defense on disc number 22 of discovery. They are jail calls that Brian Edwards made to his wife and his sister about having heard information in the jail about Mr. Abulaban. We have listened to those calls. We do not hear anything on any of the three calls indicating that Mr. Abulaban had a conversation with Brian Edwards. In fact, there's a part where Brian Edwards says, he's in house 6, I'm in house 3, I have not met him, I have not talked to him. So what has happened is the prosecution has now asked a question of Mr. Abulaban that puts him in a position of having to answer no to. The problem with that is that this entire case rests on Mr. Abulaban's credibility in front of the jury about what happened when he walked into that apartment and what his state of mind is. And I believe the prosecution is asking the question of him, putting him in a position where he has to deny, where the question is assuming or putting out to the jury that that information exists and that he is lying about it. Those calls have not been transcribed by the prosecution. They were not transcribed by me, but I have extensive notes about what was discussed between Brian Edwards and his wife and his sister. I do not believe that that information exists. My client took a look at Brian Edwards, denies that he's even seen this person, let alone ever had a conversation with him. But what is now out in front of the jury is an example of Mr. Abulaban lying to the prosecution. And so I am at a point where I need to break for the afternoon to have those transcribed. I need to find the person who pulled those things before I can begin the rest of my case. I also am moving for a mistrial based on this. This is a huge problem, and unless the prosecution can show me in those calls where Brian Edwards says that he had a conversation with my client, the way that she has thrown it out to the jury, This has caused a huge prejudice to my client.
Your Honor, these jail calls have been out for somewhere in the nature of 2 years. I had a separate conversation with Ms. Green at the time. I told her these are jail calls that are not your clients. They are Mr. Edwards. They were given to me because they were listened to in an alcohol case that Mr. Edwards had. I obviously had no intention to interview Mr. Edwards. I turned over the calls. I let her know about it. I am simply entitled to ask a question about whether he made a statement to this person or not, and that's how he has that information. And he can say no, and that was all. That's how I left it.
Do you have actually know where it is in the transcript?
I don't have transcript.
Oh, sorry, not
right.
transcript. Do you know where the call is?
I have it on disc 22. That's how I have it labeled in my notes.
Okay, how long is disc 22?
It's 3 calls.
Well, okay, are they 1-minute calls or are they?
I don't recall. I didn't transcribe them. I wasn't planning to interview anyone. I literally was only asked, and I asked him one question about it. Did you say that? And he can say yes or no, and that was it. I'm certainly entitled to ask him if he ever made a statement to anyone about killing them.
But not if she has information that evidence doesn't exist. That's the problem here, is that she's throwing it out there as though he had a conversation with Brian Edwards and bragged to Brian Edwards about killing his wife. I believe on those jail calls, Brian Edwards indicated never talked to Ali because he's in the hole in 6 House. Ali is 2 units away from me. Inmates were talking about Ali being housed at the jail. That's how Brian found out Ali was there. I do not believe that these jail calls indicate in any way that Brian had a conversation with my client. In fact, it appears that they state the opposite, that Brian didn't have a call. And so what has happened now, we all know in cases, juries are more inclined to believe things that prosecutors say than they're inclined to believe what defendants say. That is known. So when a prosecutor asks a question presupposing that that information exists, and Mr. Abulaban is forced to deny it, it looks like he's lying. His credibility is central to this case.
Well, and this, it could have been answered with a yes or no, and instead he, I can't say his exact words, but he reacted in a way that was, he reacted in a way that he wanted to confront the situation or challenge the situation, but it would be nice if we could actually pull that out, because I think this is what's happened, is yes, you do have the right to ask that question, but I don't want to leave the jurors with the impression that that this is from defendant to Brian, because apparently the tape is between this Brian guy and his wife, right? And I would assume on the tape, somewhere along, assuming it's there, that Brian to his wife says, I know Ali, and Ali's saying he killed his bitch and whatever, the boyfriend or whatever it was. I assume that that's there somewhere.
Right, and so the insinuation is that the defendant told somebody about this for them to have this information. So that's all I was getting at. I wasn't trying to make it seem like the defendant, I had a recorded conversation of the defendant telling this to Mr. Edwards. I never asked that question, nor do, that doesn't exist. I don't have that. All I have is information.
Again, honestly, all the evidence that we are going through here, this is a side note. It really is not that important. This is what we'll do. I'm going to deny your request for a mistrial. Can you find that on the tape where he talks to his wife about this situation?
All right, he denied the motion for mistrial, but I just want to sum up exactly what the defense is arguing. The prosecution had cross-examination of the witness, the defendant. They brought up a phone call made by Brian Edwards, who was in the jail, to one of his relatives or his wife. And in that call, the prosecutor, in the form of the question, said that he had a conversation with the defendant. And what the defense is saying is that conversation didn't happen. That's not in evidence. evidence. They can't just make that up and say that. And I need time to look back at the transcripts because they're inaccurate and they're putting out evidence that makes our client look not credible. I know we're a little in the weeds, but it's a great legal argument. When we come back, there'll be more of those arguments. Stay with us and we'll get you back inside the TikTok star murder trial for the defendant, Ali Abulaban.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, the defense rests today in the Doomsday Prophet murder trial. Our legal experts break down how both sides are preparing for their closing arguments to this jury before deliberations begin.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Let's get you back now to California, where a man who was once a rising star on social media is standing trial for murder. Ali Abulaban is charged in the shooting deaths of his wife, Anna, and her friend in 2021. The two were killed at the apartment Ali and Anna shared, and Ali does not deny his role in the killings, but His defense has argued that the shootings were a crime of passion and they were not premeditated. Let's get you back into court now. Attorneys are arguing over alleged jail calls of an inmate, Brian Edwards, talking about the defendant. The defense says those calls don't even exist. Let's go back into court.
That tape form, we have to transcribe that tape form as well, or we can just tell them this is the conversation. He's denied it, so his denial will stand, and that's fine. Somebody's going to have to go back and listen to those 3 calls, which is, I don't think, all that big a deal. I'm going to deny your request to take the time to transcribe it and investigate and all that. I mean, again, I'll strike the testimony, and I'll order them to disregard it, because, again, that's not, all of the grand scheme of this trial, it's a side note.
Well, that particular bit of information may be a side note, but the underlying sort of theory that they're throwing out there, the question was, did you brag to Brian Edwards about killing your wife, your bitch, and her boyfriend, or whatever it was? The insinuation is that he is lying about this when he says no. And so it's a side issue in the sense that whether he told Brian Edwards this or not is a side issue. But his credibility is key in this case. So what are we going to do if when we listen to the jail calls, it is not clear, or Brian Edwards literally says, I have not spoken to Ali? What are we going to do then? I mean, that's the problem.
Well, it may be he just tells his wife, Ali says he killed or whatever. I don't know, because I haven't heard the tapes. But he's denied it. Again, and he's been on the stand for 2.5 days, right? This is his 3rd day?
Yes.
So they've already formed an opinion as to his credibility, either up or down or left or right or, somewhere in the middle. And again, this is a very small thing. I wish he hadn't gone there because, again, it's unnecessary. I think, again, it's like anything. Did you say this to this other person? If he had just said no, we would have moved on. But he reacted to it.
Right, but when you ask the question of a witness, did you say X, Y, and Z? I think you have to have a basis for asking that question, right? You can't just throw stuff out and see what people are going to say. I do not believe that there is a basis to even ask that question. And so that's what I'm saying to the court. When I go back and listen to those, if it is Brian Edwards saying literally, I have never seen or talked to Ali, then I'm going to be making another motion for a mistrial, and I'm going to be asking for sanctions and an appropriate remedy to the jury, because that is absolutely inappropriate.
All right, Philip Dubé, it's getting heated in there with that defense counsel. A couple of things. First of all, we know the question now, a reminder, the question that was asked by the state on cross-examination. Did you brag to Brian Edwards about killing your wife? The defense is saying, I don't think that's at all referred to in those calls. I think the proper objection at the time would have been, objection assumes facts, not in evidence, so you can't ask that question. But what about the judge then saying, well, it really doesn't matter. They've already formed an opinion about his credibility.
Oh, he's absolutely right. And she shouldn't be drawing so much attention to the darn thing. I would move on, just have it ordered stricken, and that's the curative instruction on how to deal with it. Because let's face it, he's already dug himself into a hole so deep that, he's going down faster than the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Let's be honest here, okay? So I think the judge was correct. As long as that prosecutor asked the question in good faith, I don't even see an ethical violation, let alone a legal one, to warrant a mistrial.
And I love that you brought it up in good faith, because you're right. The question, if it's asked in good faith, there wouldn't be a problem. Go back, listen to the 3 calls, renew an objection at that time if you find out something different. I completely agree with you. No mistrial. Do you think this is at all going to change the attitude when he gets back up there for more cross in the last 15 seconds?
No, I don't. He is who he is. He's emotionally immature. He's hard-headed, and you move on from the issue. The judge will order that particular question, maybe even his response stricken. And if his response is not stricken, you can always argue the absence of any such recording during your closing to cure it as defense counsel.
And I also think, though, this may empower him. I think he might become even more difficult of a witness, but we'll have to wait and see. Thank you so much, Philip Dubé, for joining me this hour. Coming up, of course, we're going to bring you more action from the TikTok star murder trial as the defendant, Ali Abulaban, continues to make a case for a lighter sentence in his double murder trial. He's trying to get a lesser charge. Stay with us, Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott in for Michael Ayala. We begin with the TikTok star murder trial in California, where Ali Abulaban is accused of shooting and killing his wife, Anna, and her friend, Rayburn Barron, back in October of 2021. Abulaban has been on the stand for 3 days, testifying in his own defense and blaming the killings on his drug addiction and mental illness. On cross-examination earlier today, he had this explosive reaction when the state asked him about evidence that revealed he searched for teen porn sites.
Show me. What you just said, I've never seen that in the discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years. You never showed that to my team. Where did you get that?
Yeah, it's not about whether or not he had done it, but instead deflecting, I've never seen that before. Now, on that same line of thought, right now the attorneys are arguing to the court outside the presence of the jury, and here's why. Because the state on cross-examination asked the defendant a question about, did you brag to Brian Edwards in jail about killing your wife? And the defense says that was an improper question. It prejudiced the jury because there's no evidence that there was ever such a conversation. Let's go back into court to see how the judge is going to handle this.
But it is done. It cannot be unwrung, and here we are with it. So I know the court is saying.
I think you can unring it, but I know that, you know, it's like anything. You heard this, disregarded. We do it every day in trial. And again, he's been up there for 2.5 days. It's not like he's been up there for 6 minutes. Tell you what, we're arguing this is irrelevant right now because nobody's listening to the tape. Somebody needs to listen to the tape.
Well, we have listened to the tapes. I have the notes from the tapes. I'm going to transcribe them for the court because I have the notes, and my notes are clear on what was said. So,
but obviously the information is out there that he has reported to, told inmates about this, because why? How would anyone know about it? So that's all I was getting at, is that he told somebody, Brian, whoever else in the jail, and I was asking about that. I wasn't even trying to even say inmate. I was asking if he had, just in general, did that. And I asked about Brian. I didn't even use the word inmate. I just said, did you say this to Brian? And I expected to know, and that was the end of it. That really was all there was to it.
I'm certain she said inmate, first of all. And secondly, just because people in the jail are talking about things does not mean that they have spoken to the person about whom it involves. They have TVs in jail. They watch TV. They've been watching this trial every single day that it has been going on. So if that information, I know the court is looking at me like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I have to make my record in this.
No, and I understand that. And again, I'm happy to listen to whatever is on the tape. But again, it's been 2.5 days he's been up there. He did deny it. And if there's something else that needs to be done, we have time to do it. It's not like they're going out to deliberate right now. So at this point then, again, your motion at this point is denied. If you can, like I said, go through the tapes, find that part where he talks about Ali, because it had to come up in some context, otherwise we wouldn't be having this discussion. So, and then let's not ask any more questions. I'll give you, obviously, time so you can listen at some point so you can rehabilitate your client on it, or we just, like I said, we make sure that the jury knows that whatever conversation was had did not involve that particular thing, which would explain why he was surprised. And that doesn't make the DA look very good. So, all right, let's bring our jury in.
All right, you know, at the end of the day, I think the judge made clear he didn't see that it was as big of an issue as the defense was saying, but he did say those 3 calls, again, that Brian Edwards made to his wife, to his family, allegedly saying that the defendant had bragged about killing his wife, those 3 calls they need to listen to. They need to go back, listen to the transcript. They can renew if there's any issue. All right, that went to rest. They brought the jury back in. Now we can go back in. Picking it back up, you haven't missed any of the cross-examination of the defendant.
That happens every now and then. All right, next question.
Thank you. Okay, I want to talk to you about some statements you made to Dr. Lehman on December 1st, 2022. You told her that there has been no prior domestic violence, correct?
No, actually, in fact, I shared a lot of intimate details of history of domestic. Wait, with me?
Correct. So when she asked you about domestic violence, you made a statement there was no prior DV.
I thought you were talking about my childhood.
No,
okay.
About domestic violence. That's how the notes were worded. You had said there was no prior DV. Is that a statement you made to Dr. Lehman?
I may have said that on the first interview with her, but then opened up the second interview. So, yeah.
And You told her specifically that you were not an abusive husband, right?
I may have.
Okay. And those things were not true, correct?
I have done things that I should not have, and I regret. But there's been moments where I've been abusive, yes, but I do not categorize myself as a totally abusive husband.
And you told Dr. Lehman that here in San Diego, she calls police 9 times in 1 week saying I hit her. That's what you told the doctor, right?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not true, correct? Anna never called the police 9 times saying that you hit her.
I may have been exaggerating about the in a week part, but I know that there was, I believe police were called around 9 times around this time frame.
But not by Anna, correct?
Some of them were by me.
Correct. So when you said that she called 9 times saying you hit her, that statement is not true, correct?
Not entirely. It's another form of exaggeration.
Because we've already discussed she didn't call the police after almost every single violent incident except for September 8th, correct?
What I was referencing is she does call the police, but she'll either retract it before, she'll either hang up the phone call before dispatch, or when dispatch says, did he hit you physically, or then she would retract it. By that point, I'd either be out the door or something along those lines. So what I was referencing was she has made attempts to call the cops on numerous occasions, but she did not actually follow through with all of them.
But Anna only called the police 1 time saying that you pushed her down. That was September 8th, correct?
That's the one time she actually went through with it, and that's what inspired me to start the live recording. Like, oh, my wife's putting me in jail. Like, you see what I'm saying?
But she only called the police on 2 other occasions to say that she was scared or wanted to get you out of the house, but never told the police you hit her.
Right. She would always say it was just verbal, but she did call the cops on numerous occasions.
You told Dr. Lehman that you couldn't afford drug treatment, right?
What I was referencing was I did, during this 3-month period, I did reach out to both police, asking for them to please place me in a rehab. I have no experience with rehabilitation clinics, and I'm not familiar with mental illness. So I was reaching out to receive knowledge and education. There is actually recording of my interaction requesting police put me in rehab. They told me they can only recommend places. I called a few of those places, and they all needed health insurance, but we did not have health insurance because Anna recently lost her job, and we were on her plan. I was not aware that there were free rehabilitation clinics at the time.
You know that you can go to NA meetings that are free, correct?
I do not know
Narcotics Anonymous?
I do not know that.
You've never heard of NA or AA meetings?
I've heard of AA meetings, but I don't know what they consist of.
Okay, but you never tried to get treatment like AA or NA that are free, correct?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know that these things were available or that they were free.
You said you did know about AA, correct?
I said I did not know what they consist of, and I did not know that they were free.
And you told Dr. Lehman that you were still weeping about how Anna did you wrong, right?
Still what?
That you were still weeping about how Anna did you wrong, correct?
At the time when I spoke to her, I was still trying to make sense of certain things. Initially, at the time frame of when this all occurred, I was in the victim mindset for many things. But since I've been, I've had a lot of time to deeply reflect on what my role was and how I could have done things better. I've seen and gained understanding of how certain things were my fault or I could have been better. So what I was trying to say is there were moments where I would weep and feel like she did me dirty. There were moments where I would scream, how could you do this to me, Anna? Even after the shooting. But this is just me trying to heal and try to understand, but now I don't exactly look at it that way anymore.
But you're still blaming her a year later about doing you wrong, correct?
Right, so it did take me a long time to recover. This was not an easy thing to recover from.
A lot of the questions that you answered on that personality assessment inventory were lies, right?
My answers were lies?
Correct.
That's false.
When you say that sometimes I'm very violent, you circled somewhat true?
That's somewhat true.
You have been blaming a lot of other people and things for your actions, correct?
Previously, or since I've been on the stand?
Previously.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I was in the mindset to where I would blame a lot of people. It's your friends, Anna. You did this to me. You the one who, you know what I'm saying? That's the mentality. That's the weird, dark space I was in.
But you're still blaming Anna for your cocaine use, right?
Not necessarily. The only time I ever tried to say Anna did something, it's not to shift blame, but it's to explain how something she may have done or said or something I experienced affected me. But nobody forced me to do cocaine. What I meant by blaming Anna for it is that the lifestyle, the environment we had put ourselves in had introduced that to me, to where I was in a position to where I did allow myself to try those things, and eventually I got addicted to it.
But you're still blaming Anna and her friends for her change in behavior, correct?
So that's a different topic. In regards to Anna's changing behavior, yes, I'm specifically about certain things. I felt that she was behaving more like her girlfriend, and that she now had a support group amongst that group to not worry so much about what my feelings are or how I look at things. And that's why she would say things to me that was new to me, such as, "You're stupid for thinking those things. None of my friends think that way. You're just jealous of my new happiness." That's what she would say to me, when in reality I was just trying to communicate, as I always did with my wife.
You are responsible, though, for your actions, correct?
100%.
Right. And Ray, as a single man, was entitled to have a relationship with Anna, correct?
Absolutely not.
She had left you, and she was entitled to move on from you and have another relationship, correct?
No.
No, she was not entitled to that.
Objection or calls for, it was a compound question calling for multiple answers.
Do you understand the question?
No, I rushed to answer that. I'm sorry.
Say that. Go ahead and rephrase.
After Anna had left you and was separated from you, she's entitled to have a relationship with another man.
I disagree.
You decided that Ray could not be with Anna, correct?
I never knew he was with Anna.
No one else could have Anna but you. Isn't that how you felt?
That's not true.
If she wasn't with you, she couldn't be with someone else, right?
No, in fact, I've told her many times, if you're going to go out and do these things, don't stay married to me. I'm not going to allow someone I'm married to. I don't want to be married to somebody who's going to go out and sleep around. And I would say things like, "You're not going to turn me into Michael," which is Julia's husband. I would say that all the time. "You're not going to turn me into one of your girlfriend's husband, where they stay at home every weekend. You can just go out, do whatever the hell you want, sleep with whoever the hell you want." Sorry. Sleep with whoever the hell you want. It's not going to work.
In the past, you have told your cousin Louie, "If I can't have her, no one can," right?
I don't recall saying that.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Your Honor,
You know, in that cross-examination, this defendant said a few things that stood out to me that may help him with the jury, and one of them was, "No, I am not trying to shift blame onto Anna or anyone else." It's probably the right thing to say. Is a juror going to believe that to give him something less than first-degree murder? That's the end of cross-examination. When we come back, we want to get you back to court for redirect. Stay with us here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, going in-depth into the killer or cover-up murder trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, but her defense team says this is all one big cover-up. Plus, the defense rests today in the Doomsday Prophet murder trial. Our legal experts break down how both sides are preparing for their closing arguments to this jury before deliberations begin.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8, 7.